What's up, guys? Nice to see you. Rare that I have people waiting. I guess I don't normally schedule them in advance. We've got Patrick Raizerov joining at 7:30 to debate the controversial Forget Veganuary campaign. So that'll be happening in just about 30 minutes. And then at 9 o'clock, we are speaking to Ask Yourself. So we got a good stream this evening. Lots going on. I'm looking forward to the debate. I posted on LinkedIn about it earlier. So maybe we might have some people here from LinkedIn. On your best behavior, everyone. Foolishly, I wrote out pretty much my whole argument in the comments section of a post in which I tagged Patrick twice. I don't think any of it's going to be too game-changing either way, but, I've just been thinking through this argument quite comprehensively for the purposes of making slides for the debate. And somebody commented and said, not all of us are active on YouTube, and can you post something here as well? So I thought, why not? I'll pretty much copied the whole thing out there. Well, I said, tonight I'll be debating Patrick Raizerov on FarmKind's controversial Forget Veganuary campaign. Patrick's a fellow vegan and animal advocate, and from what I've seen is a very smart guy and good debater. We're both approaching this as a friendly, strategic debate, looking to model productive disagreement and staying open to new perspectives. And then, like I say, I pretty much have given the game away and written out my whole argument in quite some detail in the comments here. I won't go through that now because I'll be going through my slides shortly, but I know that a couple of people have been talking about this blog in relation to this discourse, so I thought I'd give this a read before we start with Patrick. Constructive Infighting by Aidan Kankyoku. This week I've got a double feature for you inspired by the recent firestorm debate over FarmKind's anti-Veganuary campaign. This post brings readers from across the world up to speed on the best arguments from both sides, along with a related controversy from the year prior. Tomorrow I'll share my own thoughts on Forget Veganuary and on the troubled relationship between animal welfare and veganism. Thanks, Telvia. Hey, Vegan STEM, how's it going? Nice to see you guys. One of my most edgy and unique opinions about the animal rights movement is that infighting is bad, TM. Whether it's about cancelling people for having the wrong political views, or about carving the movement up into illusory factions like welfarist versus abolitionist, or grassroots versus professional, I think the movement wastes a lot of energy on pointless infighting. I'm inclined to agree. We were talking about there's no need to take too many additional political positions or make them very central to your vegan discourse. Yet even I must admit that not all infighting is pointless. Here we go. In some instances, our movement has suffered from a lack of substantive strategic debates. For years, as abolitionists and pragmatists feuded over cage-free campaigns, there was no forum for systematic public debate between the leaders of each faction. That left grunts like me stewing in resentment, unable to properly evaluate the other side's position. When I finally got the chance, I found it surprisingly persuasive. Hey Jorpy, my PhD is in psychology, but I do all sorts of research now. We do a lot of public opinion research, and surveys, and that's, very much that skill set. We also do a lot of modelling of environmental and health outcomes, It's a lot of spreadsheets, basically. There's a lot of spreadsheets. So today we're going to learn about 2 masterclasses in constructive infighting, 2 campaigns that forced the movement to wrestle with big strategic questions. Both case studies came out of the London activist scene, cementing its status as the top animal rights city in the world. Cool, based, go London. Each story is rich with lessons, but a few commonalities jump out right from the get-go. Each debate was sparked by an actual campaign. That is, people weren't just running their mouths on social media, they were doing something bold in the real world. In each case, proponents and opponents maintained an open line of communication and engaged in vigorous public debate, preserving friendships without pulling any punches in their criticisms. Well, that sounds good. While some observers changed their minds, all this public debate failed to clearly resolve the question one way or the other, but it pushed both sides to gather better evidence and become more rigorous versions of themselves. That's certainly true. I have to say I've really enjoyed this discourse because it has been an evolution, I think, for both sides of the argument already, from what I've seen. People have very differing intuitions about this, and I think that if when the dust settles on this whole thing, there has been a more established norm that donating is very important, to the extent that you might want to ask people about their donation status before you ask about their diet, for the purposes of determining movement membership. I think that will be a positive thing. I think if we can make donating to effective animal charities part of the baseline that we currently think of as veganism, that will be progress. Of course, that's, FarmKind's not necessarily aiming at vegans with this campaign. Hey, Soy Daddy, how's it going? Nice to see you guys. Yeah, Patrick's joining at past, so we've got 20 minutes until the debate. And we've got to ask yourself after that. We might have a good number of my professional contacts from LinkedIn in the chat as well, so best behaviour. I know what you all came here for, so I'll start off with a more recent story first, and we'll see in the course of that how it couldn't avoid bringing up an old wound. Case 1, FarmKind says Veganuary is fucking lame. Not in so many words, but maybe not too unfair a summary of the message how it was taken in some circles, certainly. On December 27th, 2025, the movement awoke from its post-Christmas revelry to stories in right-wing British tabloids with headlines like Veganuary champion quits to run meat-eating campaign. At first, it seemed like the same familiar why I'm no longer vegan story we've all read 100 times, but this one was different. Toni Vanelli was renouncing veganism. She was joining hands with some of the most prolific meat eaters in the country, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th ranked national competitive eating champions. Wow, I did not know that. I wonder what the 1st ranked guy was doing. And I do mean guy. They had the 2nd, 3rd and 4th ranked. Okay, that's just kind of amusing. But while she was telling people to eat whatever they want, her message didn't end there. People who care about animals but still want to eat meat, she said, can offset the harm of eating meat by donating to charities that oppose factory farming. Specifically, they should go to forgetveganuary.com, use a handy calculator to determine what size of monthly donation is needed to offset their meat consumption, and let the organisation FarmKind distribute that donation across the most effective animal charities. The first thing a sympathetic meat eater will see when arriving on the site is this comparison mocking Veganuary participants for annoying their loved ones and craving meat. An earlier version mentioned feeling bloated from plant protein. Yeah, that was the one of the controversial things that they got rid of on the site. But we've seen this, we're familiar with this. Next, they're faced with an impossibly hard flash game test. I wonder what the note is. Did he also discover that you can use the mouse? That's surprisingly addictive. Use the mouse. I was using the keyboard like a mug. You can move that little oat milk carton with your mouse. It's way easier. Honestly, they still look pretty hard in the David Rams clips. Next, they're faced with an impossibly hard flash game testing their ability to survive 31 days as a vegan, navigating a frowning carton of oat milk through challenges like vegan meat processed ingredients and iron deficiency. Well, you all know that that's a bugbear of mine, the ultra-processed meme. I'm sure Matthew Nagger would have something to say about iron deficiency. I clipped up that conversation. I really should remember. There was a whole thing that he said about heme iron and inflammation, which is more common in meat eaters, can mess with the measuring of heme iron somehow. I can't remember exactly what it was. Anyway, unhelpful, memes to promote anyway. All my homies love FarmKind. True, Tristan. Hey, Tox, thanks for joining. Yeah, the debate starting at 7:30, so in 17 minutes. Nice, Soy Daddy. I appreciate you. Send them some of them in the YouTube chat, won't you? Or maybe maybe not. We might have LinkedIn people in chat. Finally, they reach the donation calculator. This is meant to be a relief. There's something I can do besides be vegan. The user inputs their weekly serving of different animal products, and the calculator spits out a recommended monthly donation sufficient to offset the suffering it causes. For an average omnivore in the UK, the donation is £17 or $23, a small fraction of what they pay into the industry for consumption. The calculator is based on something like suffering-adjusted days, where for each animal you eat, you need to offset an equivalent amount of suffering by helping several animals. For instance, FarmKind, type A, pardon me, argues chickens raised according to the Better Chicken commitment suffer around 50% less, so you need to pay for campaigns worth 2 BCC chickens for every chicken you eat. That's an interesting detail. That some people are going to find that to be a bold estimate. I was thinking about this earlier, and yeah, I do think that you can have offsetting of a killing by a sufficient reduction in suffering. So on some view, you know, once that animal is there, it is going to die. Now, of course, it's about being bred into existence, but they do this in health economics with QALYs, right? Quality adjusted life years, and the idea there is that it's usually I know this. I was speaking about it in a meeting yesterday. It's usually based on basically people's subjective preferences of essentially how much they would pay to not have different conditions. So, you know, living with an amputated leg maybe is 0.9 QALYs, meaning that the healthcare system will subsequently treat the avoidance of 1 year. The avoidance of 1 year of not having a leg is equivalent to the avoidance of 0.9 years, or extending a life by 0.9 years, a healthy life. Got there eventually. But yes, that's QALYs, and the idea is that, yes, there's some amount of suffering, increase or decrease, that could be commensurate with some fraction of someone dying, essentially. It's a bit like a trolley problem where you have one track where people just have their legs on the track, so you can pull the lever and kill the one guy, or save, you know, X number of people getting just their legs run over. And at a certain point, you would still say that's worthwhile. So that's the details of the calculator. The vegans react. Uh-oh. Veganuary, of course, did not take this lying down. Quoted in the Daily Mail, they likened FarmKind's approach to deliberately setting a fire and then donating to the fire brigade, dismissed it as a symbolic gesture designed to generate headlines, and insisted that no donation can offset the harm of paying for an animal to be brought into the world and slaughtered for your consumption. I think they've let a good crisis go to waste here. I don't know how much of this was prepared in advance it's going to come on to what extent Veganuary knew about the campaign. But I think that the message should have been more like, or it could be now, more like, screw these guys attacking Veganuary, come and donate to Veganuary. Right, and if they want to make it about diet change, I do think that Veganuary is one of the most, impactful diet change initiatives. What they should have said is come and donate to Veganuary rather than sort of talking down donations as a strategy. And then no donation can offset the harm of an animal being brought into the world and slaughtered. So, yeah, this is like the disagreement in principle with offsetting, which is one position that one can take. But this is saying there's no amount of suffering reduction achieved via donations that could offset an animal being killed. And I think what they're really saying here is just it's very important to change your diet, right, as they should say. But I think this is a missed opportunity. I still think they should make forgetfarmkind.com and solicit donations to Veganuary. I think they'd do well from that. Across vegan group chats and message forums, other negative reactions poured in, including from many individuals who had previously expressed skepticism of the movement's focus on veganism. Maya Pardo, Communities Against Factory... A lot of this is quotes from people in the movement, which I think is quite interesting. Maya Pardo, Communities Against Factory Farms. I find it offensive and misguided. Surely there is another way to raise money for animal welfare without sabotaging another campaign through infighting. It's a publicity stunt which comes very close to encouraging hating on vegans. Alistair Stewart, former head of plant-based unis. I worry that the money and people this FarmKind campaign will bring into the animal movement won't be enough to justify A, the infighting the campaign may cause in the movement. Pardon me. And B, the harm it may do to the public's perception of veganism. There are probably good reasons why the pro-Palestine movement doesn't tell people not to bother doing BDS and instead donate, and the anti-abortion movement doesn't tell people it's okay to get abortions as long as they donate. At worst, this approach misunderstands human psychology. That's an interesting point that I haven't heard yet. Doesn't seem to be analogous campaigns in other movements. Well, you do have carbon offsetting, don't you? Which again I think is valid. I think there could also be other reasons why that strategy might be appropriate in some movements and not in others, including like the expected timeline, basically. Most of the comments on the Mail article are criticising her for some combination of hypocrisy, bad faith, and seeking attention and money. Yeah, and this is probably the most, like the silliest analysis that I've seen. Oh, she's just doing it for the money. Like Tony Vanelli was previously in paid employment for Veganuary, and she's now in paid employment for FarmKind. And people in the comment sections are like, she's clearly a mercenary. Like, mate, she's working for animal charities. Like, there's probably amongst the lowest paid things that you can choose to do, frankly. Right, and I say that as someone who works in this area. It ain't gold rush around here, right? That's kind of the point of the campaign. There isn't much money. I don't think that if somebody was going to, sell out their values, say publicly, and be bad faith for a money grab, they would do it for, like a modest salary at an animal charity. Maybe if she had gone to be like a PR person for Tyson on six figures, then that might be a valid criticism. But I really, there's not enough money in the movement to have people sell out like that. I wish there was. One benefit of veganism is that even lots of anti-vegans recognise that there is some degree of logical consistency and personal social costliness to it, which is admirable. Okay. Anonymous. Most people dislike factory farming, yet they still pay for it because it's cheaper / more convenient. Are we really expecting those people to start spending £15 more on charity every month? Realistically, they're more likely to use this campaign as an excuse to continue eating animals whilst also not donating. I mean, that's a risk. There are surely going to be a lot of non-understanders of this, as I think will be made evident in any of the comment sections of the right-wing articles that have been written on the topic. People can just post the Telegraph headline. They probably don't have an account to get past the paywall, and so they don't even know that it says anything about donations in there. I think that people need to start asking the people who are posting this as anti-vegans or commenting on this as anti-vegans, okay, so let's see your donation receipts for FarmKind. It's interesting that I think there will be some people who will do this. It certainly won't be everyone. Oh, nice. This guy's on my team. Some commenters saw the potential but worried about execution. Billy Nichols from Brian Research. Instinctively, is this the sort of infighting that could be effective? FarmKind is targeting a very different part of society to veganuary, and so it may be okay for them to pit themselves against each other if it results in more donations for FarmKind without significantly damaging veganuary's campaign. I do find it pretty cool that an article in the Daily Mail just introduced their anti-vegan readership to effective animal welfare giving. Yeah, true. I also find the idea of paying competitive eaters to eat excessive amounts of meat uncomfortable. I get the theory of change, and if it works in getting hype / donations, then that's good, but I'm still worried that this endorses / encourages excessive / thoughtless animal product consumption. It's a fair criticism. Smart lad, that, Billy. Susanna Spurlova. Oh, I know this person as well. Animal charity evaluators. I don't know if this specific article would do a lot of harm. Intuitively, I'd think not because of the audience, but that's a guess. That's an interesting point. This is similar to what Tom Norman was saying on David Rams about, this was kind of deliberately put in places, with a readership who are not likely to go vegan anyway. The majority of the article was about leaving veganuary and veganism itself behind, and it might be that people skim it or see the headline and make a negative conclusion without getting to the mention of FarmKind and offsetting. And some were even supportive. Cam, I low-key think on a meta level it's good that there are new strategies being tried, and also that we have to meet meat eaters where they are. Most people don't go vegan overnight, I know I didn't, and donating is a lot more palatable of a first step. Nice. We're going to run out of time to read this as we get to the juicy bit, but that's okay because we're going to be getting to the even juicier bit of the stream, which will be the debate, which is starting up in 5 minutes. Thanks for being here, everyone. This is, wow, I'm riding high at 15 viewers. I'm a 15 viewer Andy. I'm normally like a sub 10. What a world. The twist. Team Veganuary was maybe on board with the whole approach. As the angry reaction spread, the FarmKind team arrived to announce this is not what it seems. Veganuary has been so successful establishing itself in the UK media ecosystem that every December sees predictable backlash from right-wing tabloids. The FarmKind team, well, that's kind of true. The FarmKind team saw this as an opportunity for a unique four-dimensional chess move. If an anti-vegan backlash is going to happen anyway, can we grab hold of it and redirect it to help animals? Interesting framing. As co-founder Tom Norman explained, we let Veganuary know about our intention to launch this campaign at the very start of our planning process, and we have kept them informed throughout. Our campaign provides them with another opportunity to put forward the benefits of diet change. We're all on good terms, and there is absolutely no infighting. The goal of this campaign is to get to the question of should you do Veganuary more media attention and shift the focus from is eating animals bad to a focus on the question of which solutions to factory farming an individual will choose to participate in. In other words, we want the debate to be about whether to choose diet change or donating, rather than whether factory farming is a problem worth dealing with or not. Interesting, yeah. My dad said that when he was in sales, you were to ask people, would you like to sign the contract with my pen or yours? It's a bit like that, right? The campaign encourages people to offset their meat this January by donating to help fix factory farming. As part of this, we hired 3 top competitive eaters to talk about donating to offset the animal welfare impact of their diet as they undertake one of their typical eating challenges. Okay, that's an interesting point there as well. They're kind of saying, frankly, these people would have been eating excessive amounts of meat whether or not we had paid them to talk about FarmKind, which I guess is true. Maybe not to the same extent, but right. By working with individuals who eat meat, but who would be undertaking these meat eating challenges anyway, we can help reduce suspicion among entrenched meat eaters that our true motive is to make them vegan. It allows us to be authentic in our message that being unwilling to change your diet doesn't mean you can't start helping animals. Okay, there's a really interesting angle about they would be doing the meat eating challenges anyway. I'm not going to lean too much on that because I don't think we can take it as a given, but I hadn't come across that before. And yeah, I guess you always have to think about the counterfactual in these situations, right? What would have happened without the intervention? I'm just setting up the Google Meet over here on the other tab. Bugger, it doesn't let me share video on here when I'm already doing it through OBS. Hey Patrick, how's it going?
I'm doing well, thank you very much. How are you doing? I can't see you yet.
Not too bad. Yeah, I was just trying to sneak in here to set up the camera. I always have this problem where it can't show it in a meet while it's using OBS. Oh wait, there I am. There's a camera.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Now there should be a way to make these the same size. Yeah. Okay. Nice. And now I just need to get rid of this.
Are we streaming already at the moment?
Yes, we are. We're live. Sorry, I should have said that at the start. Yes, we are live. Yeah. Thanks so much for joining. I really appreciate you doing this.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you sending the invitation, inviting me to have a chat.
Yeah, and have we spoken before? I guess not.
No, we've not. I've tried reaching out to you a few times, but
no, don't be like that.
glad I finally got your attention. That's good.
Yeah, that was funny. I had when I went to message Patrick about the debate, I had clearly bloody hell, I've lost the camera again. I had clearly neglected one of his messages that he sent me previously. I wasn't going to bring that up,
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, we studied at the same university, probably different. Yeah, I'm not sure we came across each other. I finished in 2017 at the University of Bath.
Oh, awesome. Okay, nice. Well, we will have been there for at least 1 year at the same time, for sure. And what did you study there? Oh, actually, do you want to just give like a general intro to everyone?
Yeah, I can give it a general intro. So I did chemical engineering at the University of Bath. I graduated in 2017. My final project there was with someone called Dr. Marianne Ellis. It was
oh, no way.
Design of a cultivated meat plant to produce protein bars made based on cultivated meat, lab flesh, however you want to call it. And then after that, I worked a few years as an engineer. And following COVID, I went back to university, did a master's in food, nutrition, and health. My master's project was based on designing a new yogurt based on okara, which is soybean residue. So I was like manipulating the properties of soybean residue to improve the characteristics of the yogurt. And then since I've graduated, I've been working a lot for Omni Pets, helping them with sales of their pet food, their plant-based pet food. And I've been trying to get a job, be able to support myself in something which I'm passionate about. And I've been working on different initiatives. I've been trying with my colleague Juan, who's based in Australia. We're working on an organization called Vegan Men So we're on the roll, on the way towards starting that. With
Awesome.
regards to different chapters around the world of vegan men doing acts of service. It could be volunteering in sanctuaries, stuff like that. We started, last month. We've got online meetups to start with, and then we're going to start trying to set up chapters around the world. Maybe our plan for the end of 2026, if everything goes okay, is to do a vegan men summit, potentially camping out beside a sanctuary somewhere, raising funds over a weekend, and then donating it to the sanctuary. That's the long-term goal, but we'll see.
That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. And so cool that you have a background in animal-free food tech, basically. I know Marion Ellis and University of Bath doing the cultivated meat stuff. That's awesome that you were part of that. And then the other thing was like a soy yogurt, basically.
Soy,
Yeah.
yeah, but from soy residue called okara. I don't know if you came across it before.
Don't think so.
And when you filter, when you mill soybeans, you have the leftover cake, which in China and Asia is very commonly just thrown away. But you can ferment it. You can make like a medium protein meat alternative in terms of protein content similar to chickpeas. So,
oh, that's awesome. Cool. So you have a pretty wide set of interest and expertise. I mean, I was looking at some of your YouTube channel, and you do all of the formal logic, prop logic stuff as well. I don't know if that means I'm in for a whipping in this debate. We'll see.
yeah, that's something I forgot to mention. During university, I started up a podcast, and eventually I started interviewing people who I really respected, such as Dr. Nagro. We did a podcast episode. I interviewed Danny Ishay on logical consistency through vegan ethics. Those are some of the highlight episodes I did on my podcast. After I sort of got through the main list of people who I wanted to interview, I then reached out to the vegan philosopher Buta, who helped teach me formal logic, propositional logic. So we got 14-hour course or so, 14 lessons on my channel where we go into propositional logic. So that was quite a good experience, and we hope to continue with predicate logic at some point, and we're planning to continue the series at some point.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, yeah, you're going to be a stone cold debate killer, in other words. So you have to go easy on me, Patrick. Shall we get into the contents of the discussion? Oh, maybe I'll say a little bit of intro just for completeness for the video. I'm Chris Bryant. I run a company called Bryant Research. We do research for the animal movement broadly. We worked with a ton of different animal non-profits, as well as alternative proteins companies. We mainly do social science, so we do a lot of public opinion surveys, focus groups, as well as modelling, and true cost accounting is something that we do quite a lot of now, where we say kind of the estimate the costs of animal agriculture in terms of the cost of the pollution and the cost of the healthcare system and stuff like this. So that's me broadly. And yes, we were at University of Bath at the same time when I was doing my PhD, also on cultivated meats, but in a different department over in psychology, where I did a lot of studies on consumer acceptance. And yeah, that was up until 2020, and then I've been running Bryant Research since then. But cool to note that we lots of our worlds are overlapping in any case.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, nice. Okay, well, we've both got slides. We've been quite well prepared for this. Would you like to go first, or would you like me to go first?
So I think before we go into it, it'll be great if we just sort of introduce the question we're talking about. So also maybe to get some clarity, just to make sure that we're using words in the same way. So would you be okay to introduce the question, or would you rather I introduce it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the proposition that we've agreed to debate is that you can correct me if I'm getting the exact wording wrong, because I don't have it in front of me now, but it's...
I can say it out then if it's easier.
I think it's FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign, which pays influencers to eat animal products, is defensible, right?
Yeah, and I've got the opposite. It's not defensible. So I guess it would be important because prior to it, we didn't actually get clarity on that we're using the word defensible in the same way. So when I say, the way I've created my slides is defensible, as in defensible meaning moral, permissible, okay. So justifiable with a sound argument.
Yep, I think that's a reasonable definition. And we've done the thing which you might hate a formal logic person. We've done the thing deliberately making the proposition just a little bit vague, that there's room for us to kind of explore the different arguments around this. I'll just say as well, I know that your argument here is quite a specific one, and I've done a kind of response to lots of different criticism that I've seen, so you might find yourself thinking for some of my slides, this isn't really what I'm going to talk about, but there we go.
So who's going to go first?
Well, why don't you go first, hey? And yeah, you go first, and then I'll follow up.
Perfect. So let me just share my screen. One minute. I thought I could share my tab, but didn't have the option there. Can you see this okay?
No, when you go into presentation mode, it loses the window. Usually what I do is just click through it in this view. That's what I find to be, because I can see it now, and if you just go down the slides, I'll be able to follow along.
Yeah, the issue is that I've got some, I'll just try and share the entire, 1 minute, I'll stop that. Because I've got some videos in my presentation.
Okay.
So maybe if I share my entire screen,
yeah,
that will solve.
Yeah, that should work.
Does that work?
Yes, it does.
Okay, awesome. All right then. So, yeah, my position is that FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign, which pays influencers to eat animal products, is not defensible. Before we go into this, we've got quite a lot in common, Chris, in terms of we both, correct me if we're wrong, you agree that Veganuary is an overall positive?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and then, yeah, I also agree a lot on what you talk about donations, that they can be more effective than behavior change. So I'm with you with regards to that. So I've seen your vegan 2.0 videos.
Nice.
And I completely agree. Donations are really good, definitely worth doing, can help to reduce rights violations and suffering. So when I use the word defensible, I'm meaning permissible, moral, okay, justifiable with a sound argument. So yeah, my position is that it's generally not permissible to pay influencers to eat animals and then ask for donations. It's also generally not permissible to spread disinformation. There could be some exceptions with regards to different hypotheticals, but that's generally my position. That's generally not permissible with these two things. So before we go into it, I thought it would be great to have a video of who we're both trying to protect. And here on the weekend, I was at Amberwood Sanctuary, where I met the animals there. This here we've got is Pooh, who was saved. But Mark over there, he's running the sanctuary by himself. And he had a really interesting story where he started the sanctuary during COVID. He had an acting school, which closed down during COVID. And then he went out into Oxfordshire. Someone there was selling some cows to be sold for their flesh. And then he bought them instead. And then he made a deal with the farmers to rent their land. And he started to save more animals. Since then, some farmers have actually given him animals. They've been like, oh, we don't want to kill this animal. So we've gained some sort of connection with them. So could you take them? So Mark's doing a really good job. Yeah, shout out to Mark. He's got a range of different life experiences. So yeah, there we got Pooh just making a nice bed for herself in the hay. And so the key information is that FarmKind pays influencers to consume individuals. These are also 2 individuals at Amberwood Sanctuary. We've got Walnut here on the left, and then we've got Piglet on the right. They're both individuals who FarmKind might be, would be happy to pay influencers to consume potentially based on what we've seen from their paid promotional material. So let's have a look at this example, which I saw the other day. So there is misinformation in the posts. The intention is unknown. Whether or not FarmKind had the intention of this misinformation, such as, yes, these goats are essential. I'm guessing the influencer means to health, which is not, as in terms of nutrition science. And then he's also saying things such as you don't need to eat salad. So let's have a look at an example of a paid post.
I guess we can't hear the video, but we have subtitles, so.
Okay, well, Is there a way for me to share the audio of my screen?
I don't know. That's a bit annoying, isn't it? I can...
1 minute, let's have a look. Showing the...
I might be able to play it on my stream for everyone to see.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great if you could play it from your side.
Yeah.
You've got my slides, so.
Oh right, yes, I can play in here, of course. No, but I'm going to have the same issue with the full screen thing. Let me play. I'm going to play it from the person's TikTok. Can I do that? Possibly not. We may have to chin it with no sound, mate, and we've got the... It loses a bit of bite without the sound, doesn't it, to be fair?
Yeah, yeah. The sound does quite a bit to the... Yeah.
All right, fair play to you. You posted on some LinkedIn the other day, didn't you? Let me find that.
But yeah, that's got my response there as well. Yeah, we can just play it without the sound then.
Yeah, sorry about that, mate.
No worries. I'm just checking through the settings. No, okay. So share entire.
Love my food.
Oh wait, here we go. Sorry, I've got the sound on my... I'm going to put the sound here. I'll show it on mine. I'm showing it on stream now. All right, let's watch this.
I love these animals. I love my food. I also love my food. So that's the problem.
Okay, I cannot hear.
I teamed up with a brilliant...
Yeah, I guess you can't hear it on your end. We can...
And they're called FarmKind, right? And I'm basically going to demonstrate how this works. You don't have to eat salad. You don't have to give up meat. I'm going to eat a whole lot of meat within 24 hours. Calculate how much meat, exactly how much meat I take in, and see, how much I'm offsetting. We'll be doing this on the 5th of January. I'll be doing 3 different challenges in that day, including eating one of these, a whole goat. That's right. And hopefully, we can demonstrate how we do this, guys. At the end of the day, yes, they're essential. Yes, they taste nice. But at the same time, they are living things. You got to look out for them. And that's what FarmKind is all about. And that's why I've teamed up with them, guys. A website that you can go on and you can check how much you're offsetting if you put exactly how much you're eating. They actually produce results, guys. Go check them out. And they've got the best intentions, And these animals are worth it. They're worth it. Look at them. Look at them.
All right, we just seen that one.
Okay, great. So.
Oh, we've done... Oh, yeah. All right, we got you.
All right, so yeah, there is misinformation in the post, such as yes, these goats are essential. You don't need to eat salad. So yeah, based on the fact that the pay partnership is there, it seems that FarmKind are okay with these sort of posts being there with things which could potentially encourage people to consume more animals. So there are other infinite possible initiatives that don't pay for animal product consumption, such as you could provide plant-based food for non-vegans to eat them and ask for donation, to eat and then ask for donations. So I don't know why FarmKind have not considered these other possible initiatives that don't directly involve putting money into animal farming. Such as, for example, one thing could be you could potentially pay an influencer to go to a restaurant under the impression that they're going to be eating animal products, and then at the end have the reveal that they're eating plant-based foods and then asked to donate. FarmKind have not provided any data as to why their approach is more effective than approaches that don't involve financing animal farming. And this, we don't know how much they paid this influencer. This post only got 315 likes, 12 comments, and then in the post he claims that he's going to be eating one of the goats there, who's an individual. So yeah, so throughout the whole post, as far as I'm aware, he did not make any calls to actually donate. He just said, I'll eat a whole lot of meat inside 24 hours to work out how much meat I take in, to work out how much meat I'm offsetting. He did not explain how eating meat offsets. He didn't explain what it means. What does offsetting mean? And then I found this interesting study here on the right is that the masculine gender identity, moral identity importance increases donations to the in-group, but not the out-group. So it's not clear that asking for donations will get donations as well. That's something else to bear in mind, although it won't influence the final argument that I provide at the end of this presentation. So FarmKind has philanthropic money, which they could spend however they desire. So on the right here, we've got initiatives that fund animal farming, such as pay for influencers to consume animal products and ask for donations. And on the left here, we've got initiatives that don't fund animal farming, such as pay influencers to consume plant-based food, donation initiatives. You could use this money, for example, to get donation buckets, get people out on the streets asking for money, rather than going down this route, which they've gone through, which is actively promoting violence and animal product consumption. And then this is quite an interesting study where non-vegans who were blindfolded, they actually preferred the plant-based food. So yeah, it does not make sense why FarmKind have not taken the due diligence to research other options, to do an analysis at which method will reduce rights violations the most, rather than going through this option here. An interesting idea which I had, which FarmKind could try to do, is to potentially pay for an influencer with much more followers than the person we saw in the previous video, to go to a restaurant such as Plates, and then, as I mentioned previously, be under the impression that he's eating animal products, then having that reveal that he's actually eating plant-based foods and asked to donate. So we don't have the clear rights violations being generated, money being put into animal farming. So I'd like to give a hypothetical. So imagine we live on an alternative planet called Pandora, where nearly everyone kicks animals for exercise. So we've got an organization here, analogous to FarmKind, who decides to stop people from kicking animals such as cats. They decide to give cash to influencers to do challenges that violate rights, such as kick cats, make posts, and then ask people to donate. So here we've got someone kicking a cat and then asking donate. And then alternatively, this organization also has the alternative route of just saying, why don't we purchase footballs for people to kick instead of paying people to kick cats and then ask for donations? So here we've got the money going towards purchasing footballs so that people can kick. And then also, after the footballs are provided to people, ask for donations. So here we've got, again, two different examples of way. Here we've got money actively going into violence. Here we don't. And then FarmKind has gone through the route of putting money into people to consume sentient beings. And it's not clear why FarmKind has decided to go through this route when they could easily go through other routes that don't include these rights violations here, paying people to kill goats. And FarmKind claims to really care about animals. So I don't see how that's compatible here. So options. There's a load of different options away which donation campaigns could be run. Here's a few that I thought of. So one is that FarmKind doesn't invest money into donation campaigns. They could just ask for donations on a cost-free basis. For example, I had the idea of just going out in the streets and potentially going outside McDonald's and asking people, encouraging them to buy a muck plant, and then also talking to them about behavior change, and then if they don't want to change, getting a tap-it payment from them if they don't want to change their behavior, or as an additional to help create changes in the system. But I would not say it like you're offsetting your impact. A better way I would say is, for example, okay, you don't want to change your behavior, but you can invest money to change the system, which could potentially reduce rights violations and suffering down the line. So the second option is that FarmKind invests money into donation campaigns, not including animal farming. And second option. And then the third option is that FarmKind invests money into donation campaigns, including animal farming. So based on my ethics, 1 and 2 are permissible, okay, moral, but FarmKind chose 3. So FarmKind invests money into donation campaigns, including animal farming. So a hypothetical question is that if it was normal to farm or enslave humans, would you be okay with an organization paying for challenges that violate human rights and make posts asking for donations when there are alternatives without this? If not, what is true of this situation involving non-human animals that, if true of humans, would make it okay to do the same? For example, someone might, like the team at FarmKind might say, okay, it's a lower level of intelligence. So that would commit that, the team at FarmKind being okay with an organization paying for people to consume humans with the same level of intelligence as animals being farmed. Potentially the team at FarmKind might say non-human animals taste better than humans. So that commits someone to being okay with an organization paying for people to consume humans that taste the same as animals being farmed, to potentially reduce suffering and rights violations in the future. So this is the definition of veganism I adhere to. This one was I got this from Maz. He's a vegan philosopher, and the definition that I use of veganism is an applied ethical position that advocates for equal trade-adjusted application of commonplace rights of humans to non-human sentient beings. I know, Chris, you've got a very you've got a different definition for vegan 2.0. I like that one as well, but the Vegan Society definition has some reductios on it, which I think is better to use this one. We can go into a conversation on that another time or today if you want. But this is the definition I use in terms of simple terms, the layman terms. It's just acting in a way which extends rights to non-human sentient beings. For example, basically putting yourself in the shoes of the victim. So what FarmKind has been doing, they've been actively challenging Veganuary. Today, actually, I've been trying to go on their Forget Veganuary website, but unfortunately, I can't access the website today. But this is some example of some promotional material they've made where they're actively putting themselves up against, Veganuary, which we've agreed is a net positive. And, you can ask for donations without being hostile towards behavior change. You can just say, if you don't want to change your behavior, or if you don't want to go vegan, you can donate. It's not clear why they've made this hostility the preferable choice in terms of reducing rights violations in the future. So this is an example where I've replaced it with another example where there's a victim. So for example, no dog eating for January, had to plan every meal, checked every ingredient, gave up her favorite food, annoyed friends and family, felt guilty for wanting dog meat, helped 22 dogs. And then here we've got the competitive dog eater, ate all the dogs he wanted, did huge dog eating challenges, offset his dog eating and added 5 pounds, helped 38 dogs. For me, I'd love to know if FarmKind would be okay with an organization where dog eating is normal, doing this sort of campaign. And then you could replace this with any sort of analogous situation where there's a victim. You could replace it with dog fighting. There was someone who was found guilty for financing dog fighting rings. If hypothetically it was found out that he was actually financing these dog fighting rings to then give donations to improve the welfare of dogs in fighting rings, would FarmKind find that acceptable? I think that example was Michael Vick, actually, who got found guilty, if I'm not mispronouncing his name. So this is an example of some promotional, well, a video that FarmKind has made. I think we can watch it without the audio this time from their website. So here, this is the FarmKind Forget Veganuary website, where they've basically got some sort of game where they're just having very strange things there on the top, common, I guess, and excuses to not being vegan, such as vegan tax. You know, you can be very cheap on a completely plant-based diet living. So the vegan tax, but it's natural, it's bad for your health, planning every meal. Personally, I don't do any planning on for my completely plant-based diet. So yeah, it's not clear what this is trying to achieve for me. So yeah, just before we move on, I just wanted to add an extra bit. I watched your video, your 14-minute video on, what was it? I can't remember the exact name of the title. It was Cooked or Cooked, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. And then you posted a quote saying 84% of vegans quit. So this is not directly engaging with the question at the moment, but I just thought it would be interesting because many people see this commonly being cited, 84% of vegans quit. But if you actually open, well, if you read the study in detail, commonly people cite 84%, but it's actually 70% of lapsed vegans do so. So firstly, yeah, that's not true. And then you can actually have a look and to see the reasons for why people were quitting with respect to health. And then the reason I'm talking about this is very often people say vegans are unhealthy. People go towards being ex-vegan because they had health issues. But if you add up this flow diagram of the diet outcomes, 84% of vegans did not actually have any health issues. If you add the 64% quit diet, no health issues, then stuck to diet, then you quit diet, issue not fixed, fixed in 2 to 6 days, you know, that might as well be the placebo effect because health conditions can't be fixed that quickly. So the majority, if you then read through the different reasons that people gave for quitting, it was actually just 3.3% of people who tried vegan diet reported some specific enough health issues that could reasonably be attributed to something beside nocebo. So this diagram here was made by an account called Beans. He's got an article, 84% of vegans quit their diet because of health reasons. And so if we read inside the study, not the motivation for many people to actually go vegan based on animal rights was not that high. It was 27%. So it'd be interesting to see how many people who are ethically motivated to be vegan go back to being vegan, go back to being not non-vegan. So some objection which I've heard is that misinformation that FarmKind is sharing might make the vegan movement stronger. So for example, here we've got Paul Saladino, He's been, for a lot of years now, he's one of the biggest offenders on social media. And then imagine if one day in the future, Paul Saladino comes out and says, I'm just producing disinformation to reduce misinformation in the future and improve future well-being by encouraging people to improve their critical thinking skills, although some people may die in the process. That would not be acceptable to me, because I've got a deontic rule against misinformation. I think it's immoral, regardless of whether well-being or suffering is being generated in the moment. So then here we've got an example of red meat, increased consumption of red meat, 11% increased risk per 100 grams per day of red meat. And then here we've got an anecdote of someone towards the bottom end of the evidence hierarchy suffering on the carnivore diet. So suffering is not the same thing as rights violations. So rights violations, they're actions that infringe upon the fundamental rights and freedom of individual, even if there is no suffering. It's not just based on legality, it's moral as well. So this is the definition which I got from the vegan philosopher Aputa. So an action which is wrong to commit in a vacuum, no change in utility. That's what I use as a rights violation. So yeah, these rights existing independently of whether they are recognized by law or society. Though it is the aim of advocates of moral rights that they're universally recognized. I got this from the New World Encyclopedia. So examples of rights violations include murder, sexual assault, enslavement, farming someone, etc. So boycotting animal agriculture reduces rights violations through supply and demand. So people who are pure utilitarian, they only care about well-being and suffering. They don't care about rights violations. So if someone is a pure utilitarian, this is a hypothetical that I would ask them. I would ask them, if you only care about suffering, would you be okay with someone assaulting someone in their sleep if it was legal and there was no suffering involved? So a pure utilitarian would be committed to saying yes in order to stay logically consistent. One can care about both suffering and rights violations, but they are not the same thing. So this graph I got here, it was from Aputa's article on why he's no longer an antinatalist. And Aputa got this graph from the vegan philosopher, Dr. Arvi. So are you familiar with this graph, Chris?
I've seen this before, yeah.
Would you be able to interpret it? Or
No, it's been a while.
Yes. So what we've got here is just different ethical theories. So a deontologist always thinks an action is immoral, regardless of the consequences. For example, even if you're killing one person to save 1 trillion people, a deontologist will always think that action has the same level of badness. Whereas a threshold deontologist, which is my ethical position, I believe that it could be occasionally okay to break rules when the consequences are high enough. So, for example, with the trolley problem, for example, when you change the tracks to move from 1 person to 5 people, I would not find that acceptable. I would not find it acceptable to take the organs of 1 person in order to save 5 people. But then as more and more people are saved, eventually there could be a point where I think, okay, this value is, it's okay now to perform this action because the consequences are high enough. But I don't think the FarmKind is doing, there's so much uncertainty that I don't think it justifies that the action is moral. And then this is where a consequentialist or utilitarian would be. They don't have any rules-based system. They just purely view the action based on whether it generates well-being minus suffering, net well-being. And then with regards to misinformation, I also view disinformation as immoral. So this would be somewhere like this. But for example, there might be a case where I would think that some disinformation is moral if the benefits of it are great enough. For example, if you're going to tell someone that this diet cures X disease, and then the whole world stop paying for animal products, I might say that disinformation is moral at that point. So I'm trying to now steelman FarmKind's Forget Veganuary from what I've read and from your videos. So this is what I would guess their sort of argument is. So if FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign has a high chance of reducing total rights violations or suffering over other types of campaigns that FarmKind could deliver, then FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign is defensible. So in the brackets here, I've got the propositions in logical form. And so then premise 2, FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign has a high chance of reducing total rights violations or suffering over other types of campaigns. That's the proposition P. And then conclusion, FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign is defensible, meaning moral, permissible, okay to perform. So I don't think P1 is true based on threshold deontology. I just don't think, even if hypothetically, paying influencers to violate animals and then ask for donations gains more utility than paying influencer or paying for plant-based products for influencers. That would not necessarily be moral for me after a threshold. I don't think it's justified to murder someone just because it gains a little bit extra utility, a little bit reduced number of beings being farmed down the line potentially. So then I also don't think P2 is true. So FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign has a high chance of reducing total rights violations or suffering over other types of campaigns. So the reason for this is that it's not clear why campaigns that don't finance animal agriculture are less effective, such as, for example, just asking for donations in the streets, or just, not being hostile to veganuary, unintended spillover effects. Someone might donate and then just go on the rampage eating animals. There's some spillover effects seen in the literature when someone eats a product labeled as environmentally friendly, and then in the next meal they go for the non-environmentally friendly option. I can share that study for you if you're interested. And then misinformation may cause non-vegans to consume more animal products, which may outweigh effects of donations as well. The total rights violations may be less for alternative ways of getting those donations that don't finance. So that's that's a small typo there. I don't know what that's doing there, but what I wanted to just say is that it's not clear that why are alternative ways of getting donations that don't finance animal farming. I'll just correct that now. That's all right.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's not clear that it adds a lot in terms of suffering reduction versus a campaign that doesn't do the donating to eating challenges thing, right?
Yeah. 1 minute, I just lost my. Am I still sharing my screen? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
But I lost my screen just gone blank, so I'll unshare my screen. 1 minute, I'll refresh my screen.
No worries. Got 36 people in chat. Make sure to like the stream, everyone.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just
that's
opening.
Big for me.
1 minute, let me share again. Share window. Kind of strange to feel that people are watching me. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just remove that bit there. So FarmKind does not provide the data of other donation campaigns that don't.
Oh, sorry. You have to go out of full screen.
Okay. 1 minute.
We just said it says click to exit full screen.
Okay. I said I'm showing my whole window. I'll just duplicate then. Can you see that?
Yeah, we can see that, yeah.
Okay. So so I removed that bit. That was a small typo there. But yeah, basically, it's just that it's not clear why campaigns that don't finance animal agriculture are less effective unintended spillover effects. Misinformation may cause non-vegans to consume more animal products, which may outweigh effective donations. FarmKind has not provided data why other donation campaigns that don't finance animal farming are less effective. And so if someone's interested in propositional logic, they can check out Aputa's course where he teaches me on my channel. And then here we've got an argument for animal rights provided by the vegan philosopher Nick Hebert, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And so the final argument which I'll provide, which is why I don't think FarmKind's Forget Veganery campaign is not defensible, not moral, immoral, is that based on this, if an initiative is not defensible in an analogous situation involving trait equalized humans, then FarmKind's Forget Veganery campaign, which pays influencers to eat non-human animal products, is not defensible from animal rights. That's where I'm getting that premise from. And then initiative is not defensible in an analogous situation involving trait equalized humans, specifically FarmKind's Forget Veganery campaign. So then the conclusion is that FarmKind's Forget Veganery campaign, which pays influencers to eat non-human animal products, is not defensible. Sorry, I was speaking a long time there. I did not realize I'd be speaking that long.
No, you're good.
How long have we been going for? All right.
Well, do you know what? Just as you're finishing up there, ask yourself I'm meant to be speaking to ask yourself at 9 o'clock, which is in 45 minutes. But he's just messaged me to say that I guess he's with Vegan Gains, who's had a motorcycle malfunction and now they're running late. So that's kind of good for us because it means we have a little bit more time to go longer if you'd like to. I don't want to take up your whole evening though.
No, I can keep on going. I think this is very important.
Nice.
Discuss.
Okay, good. Well, yeah, we won't have to stop at 9 as we might have done. So that's good.
Yeah, apologies for going so long.
No worries. I think it's super. Yeah, no, it's very much welcome. Okay, and I'll share my slides now. Hopefully it's going to come up on this screen if I share it here. That's what I want. There we go. And now my stream can see my screen share as well as us. Okay, good. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for sharing yours. And I think genuinely, I think that the discourse on this issue has been exceptionally high quality all around. I'm a big fan of LinkedIn, as you know, and there's been a lot of comments back and forth on this issue in LinkedIn, and the difference from when I'm usually arguing with meat industry people is unbelievable. The difference in like quality of thought and quality of people, frankly, like it's really a ton of people really thinking about it, really believing in what they're saying, which is not a given on the other side. So just thought I'd take that opportunity to stick the boot in a bit there and give a bit of props to, people on all sides of this debate in the animal movement. And yes, I know that we were just reading before we started this Substack post about constructive infighting. And I know that you and I are both quite sensitive to, looking to model a constructive disagreement and see how we can kind of navigate and get through this. So, yeah, I think it's great that we both have the chance to do this at length. And slides was a great idea. I wouldn't have thought to do it necessarily, but I think this was really useful. Cool. Okay, so I'll go through mine, and then we'll have some time for sort of open discussion. We can ask each other questions and so on. So I'm taking the position that FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign is defensible, and I'm happy with Patrick's definition of defensible in terms of being morally acceptable or permissible or broadly okay. Can be defended from a moral perspective, basically. And I'm defending this on 3 levels. I think that I've seen disagreements with the campaign in principle, in theory, and also in practice, and I'm offering some defense on each of those levels, starting with in principle. And I have here the trolley problem, as people may recognize. The dilemma, of course, is that the trolley is heading towards the 5 people on the track, and here you are on the side, and you can decide to pull the lever and kill the 1 person instead. And it's interesting to note that we have differing intuitions even on the principled level. And I guess that in your view of threshold deontology, you're pulling the lever if we have enough people on the other side of the track, right? When that gets to a certain point.
So it might depend. If it's two people in the factory farm and one person in the factory farm, or not even the factory farm, just being farmed. If it's on the other side, it's two people dying from cancer, and you're taking the organ from someone to give it to people who are dying from natural causes. But then my intuition is that, when it's individuals, they don't care who's violating their rights. So if it's one person having their rights violated versus two people having their rights violated, I would pull the lever, I guess, yeah. Or I'm not saying that I could do it, but if someone was controlling me from the outside, that would be the best outcome. Because in world 1, there's one rights violation. In world 2, there's 2 rights violations.
Yeah, so that's how I would see it, and I'm pulling the lever if it's like 1.5 people on the other track, right? I think that I don't just put much credence on the asymmetry, I guess. I think it's like pulling the lever is the same in some ways as choosing to not pull the lever. For me, that is getting at a lot of where the intuitions seem to differ on this point. And, in the context of this debate, the question is offsetting possible in principle? And I know that some people take the view and, can have this legitimate view that offsetting is not possible in principle. And some people have said, there's no amount of donating that could offset slaughtering an animal. That I definitely have very different intuitions there. I think that if you can kind of put an animal out as a sacrifice, essentially, and know that doing so is going to protect several more animals as a result, then I think I'm much more utilitarian brained and maybe sort of coldly calculating in that sense, that I would basically just take the option that is going to, the way I see it, is prevent the most suffering, but you could say, create the fewest rights violations.
So I'm curious, how would you define a rights violation? Because I was just wondering if you use it differently to the word suffering, or you can.
Yeah, that's a fair question. I appreciate your point that there will be different entailments of navigating either. I think that, how would I define a rights violation? I don't have a definition off the top of my head for that, but I would say something like coercing someone to do something that they wouldn't have done by themselves, something like that. Would be reasonably kind of what we're talking about there. And then I take the point that it can be, if you're talking about suffering, it kind of has different implications for, at the end point, as it were.
So it seems like perhaps we're using rights violations in different ways. It seems like to me.
Okay, interesting. Well, why don't we put a flag in that and we can come to it.
You're saying forcing someone to do something against their will. That's right, correct?
Yeah, but I'm kind of just pulling that out of my backside now that you're asking me. I'm sure that that's not
Yeah, because for me, a rights violation will be, for example, independent of whether suffering or well-being is being generated, whether an action is immoral. So, for example, I would say it's a rights violation to end the life of someone who doesn't want to die, even if there's, in this system, in this world, no suffering or well-being is being generated. It's completely neutral.
Yes. So I think that's in line with what I said, isn't it?
So I think you said coercing someone to do something against their will.
Well, that sounds like the doesn't want to die part to me.
Okay, so would you call that a rights violation? What I said,
like painlessly killing someone in their sleep, kind of thing.
and yeah, no suffering being generated in the system.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that the intuition to not pull the lever in this case and have the campaign where, you know, there's people being paid to eat animals and so on, I think probably is consistent with certainly the Vegan Society definition of veganism, which I think the key word here for me is exclude, right? And it's perfect veganism is about excluding to the nth degree and being, you know, getting closer to zero in terms of the number of animal or the amount of exploitation that one's own actions are generating. So it's all about excluding, it's all about getting closer to zero in that sense. And what I talk about with Vegan 2.0 is a change on the emphasis from excluding exploitation, suffering, however you want to think of it, to preventing suffering, exploitation, and what I've also replaced here, as far as is possible and practicable, to as efficiently and effectively as possible. So I think this really changes the perspective to saying, right, what's just the thing that we can do that's going to be maximally suffering reducing or rights violation reducing, and it kind of scraps the rule of do no harm necessarily that's kind of implied by the excluding all exploitation. So looking at it, this kind of would allow a situation where we're preventing as efficiently and effectively, even if that entails making some sacrifice that we might feel uncomfortable with doing, to further that end. And I think that I will have to bite the bullet on supporting an analogous case for humans, given the same set of contingent facts. So if we're in a world which you did say, to be fair, human farming is normal, legal, widespread, etc., such that, you know, someone's not going to face legal consequences for endorsing this kind of campaign, and also crucially, if it's possible to prevent more human suffering or rights violations by donating than abstaining, and that it's easier for the average person to to donate than it is to abstain, and that many potential donors are being put off by being asked to abstain. So these are some of the premises of the FarmKind campaign.
So would you also, just to make sure, would you also be okay with, so by saying by the bullet, you would be okay with an organization paying for products, well, paying individuals to, you know, violate other humans and gain money, well, make posts when that organization could, for example, get donations in ways that don't involve that?
Yes, if it's the case that you are going to generate so much more capacity for preventing the suffering or rights violations by doing some small amount of it in a kind of, and we'll get onto this in the theory section, in a sort of signaling way that enables you to basically extract donations from more people than would be willing to donate if you weren't doing that kind of signaling. Now that's sort of there's your bullet bite on the name the trait. I think that yeah, go ahead.
So you've assumed that in this hypothetical that it's given that the sacrifice will reduce rights violations in the future, whereas that's not the case with animal. Well, what FarmKind is doing, it's not given that, you know, the murders that they're paying for to happen will result in future, less rights violations in that world.
Well, I think that they think that probably is the case. And I think, you know, we'll talk about this a bit in the theory section. I think that they imagine that, you know, if you pay for the one human rights violation, you're actually going to generate 10 times more donation revenue than if you don't pay for the one human rights violation. And if you do that, we're going to be able to save 1 million people or whatever, right? Now, in that case, sucks if you're the one person having your rights violated, or if you're the goat getting eaten by JJ the lion. But again, from like the utilitarian kind of pulling the lever perspective, and of course, this is going to get into the empirical parts, right? Is it actually the case that this, or there's reason to believe that this will generate more or reduce suffering to a greater extent? So, one thing I'll say now is we're having this discussion kind of at the beginning of this campaign, which is an interesting thing because I think that for me, ultimately, it will be an empirical fact as to whether it was worthwhile when we look back on it. And of course, we don't yet have all of that information currently, so we're kind of going on expectation. Yeah.
But yeah, the key sort of thing which I was giving in the argument which I delivered at the end is that even if hypothetically, at the end of this FarmKind campaign, that paying these influencers to make posts, there are non-violent alternatives that could be equally, if not more, successful. So what's the reason for FarmKind choosing the method which puts money into animal farming when they could have just gone for a method which does not put money into animal farming?
Yeah, well, I think that they think that they're going to generate much more money by doing the method that does.
So, like, have they provided any sort of data that paying, giving plant-based, inviting a non-vegan to, I don't know, plates, for example, and then, a non-vegan who's got much more followers than the one that they paid for in the TikTok post that got 300 likes, where he's talking about how he's going to consume the goat. Have they provided any data that paying for, a big non-vegan influencer to go to plates, have a free meal, make a post saying, donate to FarmKind, I'm not going to go vegan, but this is, I don't want to change my behavior, but I want the system to change. Have they provided any sort of data like that?
Well, I think we have theoretical reasons to believe that this is the case. I don't know that they've done the RCT as to whether people would donate or something. There may be similar things out there like that, but I think they have theoretical reasons to think that this might be the case. This is not that, though. There's a few things I want to say on the theoretical level, but some of it will come to a point about do they have reason to believe that doing this campaign that does cause the rights violations directly is going to generate so much more donations that it will be worth it and will offset the rights violation costs.
Yeah.
Right, so I will come on to that. I guess I'll kind of stick to the order of the slides just so that I'm going through, and then perhaps we can we'll have time, of course, for open conversation at the end. So this is the point about increasing the cost of production. So one of the criticisms that I've seen of this in theory, then moving from principle to theory, is that the FarmKind charities are mainly doing welfare campaigns and are doing, better chicken commitments and corporate campaigns and stuff like this. And so they are basically, they may be increasing the welfare of animals or reducing their suffering, but they're not actually preventing rights violations in the sense of, fewer animals being farmed. And I think that there's reason to believe that, in fact, there are going to be fewer animals farmed if we have higher animal welfare standards. So for people who might not be familiar with this kind of dynamic, this is like quite a standard supply and demand curve. You can think of it as when the price is very, very high, the quantity demanded is going to be very, very low because the thing is expensive. Likewise, when the price is very, very low, the quantity demanded is going to be very, very high because the thing's very cheap. And the opposite way around for a supply, right? When the price is high, everyone wants to sell it. When the price is low, nobody wants to sell it. Where these meet, you have what's called the equilibrium, and this determines the market price and the quantity of the product produced and consumed. Now, I have a different version of this graph which shows normally what we're doing with Go Vegan campaigns is moving this curve down, moving the demand curve down. Oh, it's going to mess up if I try to play with it. Mm. But what we're doing in the case of welfare improving campaigns is moving up this supply curve. So we're saying you have to meet these new standards if you're going to be farming chickens. And so as a result of that, farming Q1 number of chickens is now going to be more expensive than it was before because you're having to have, fewer cage systems or whatever else it may be. So the supply curve moves up when you have these production standards enforced, and that gives us a new equilibrium, which makes the products both more expensive and means that fewer of them are produced and consumed. So this is the mechanism where we are actually probably going to reduce the number of animals being farmed, as well as improving the welfare conditions for the animals that are farmed. And I think this is something that sort of anti-welfare people often miss. So I want to get that point in there. And I've seen, somebody replied to my Discord saying that eggs in particular, are relatively price inelastic, meaning that they're not that sensitive to changes in price. So even if eggs get more expensive, people still want to eat them, basically. And that is true to some extent. We see like minus 0.2 price elasticity for conventional eggs, meaning that like if eggs got 100% more expensive, that their demand would only go down by 23%. But we do indeed see these negative price elasticities, which is what you expect, confirming that in general, some may be more sensitive, some may be less sensitive, but the more expensive eggs get, the fewer of them people want to consume. So this kind of confirming the thing on the previous slide. Now I have a few reasons why people have thought that the Forget Veganuary campaign might harm veganuary and or veganism, and some reasons why we might be skeptical of those. So people will uncritically take the message that veganism/veganuary doesn't work. I think this is particularly, it was unfortunate from the campaign's perspective that it was covered in the way that it was by right-wing media, and in particular you had the Telegraph with the Quits Veganuary to Run Meat Eating campaign, and then of course they have a paywall, so you can't actually get as far as reading about the donations on that particular setup. And the Mail was the same, and GB News was the same, right? The meat eating campaign was in the headline, and the donations were mentioned much further down. So some people have been, concerned about this, and now there's another anti-vegan headline that can be posted at us and stuff like this. And I heard Tom Norman yesterday saying on David Rams that basically there's a ton of these kind of headlines and stories out there already, and it's not that clear that another one would be very determinative either way. Like, will this be the one story that breaks veganism, right? We already had kind of every few days of right-wing media outlets with some sort of anti-vegan headlines. So maybe we can kind of moderate our fears about hurting veganuary or hurting veganism. I think it will ultimately be kind of swept up by the news cycle. Next concern, that people will be less likely to participate in veganuary and perhaps less likely to go or stay vegan. But I noted that veganuary this year had not really had that much mainstream media attention before this campaign kicked off. I don't know if that's kind of baked in because of the time of year that they did it, deliberately kind of in the Christmas gap. But I was looking retrospectively at, was there any veganuary coverage before this? And I couldn't tell that there was really. Certainly not in right-leaning outlets, right? And so this is kind of on the theory of, any press coverage is better than, like bad press is better than no press sort of thing. Or any press is good press, they say, I guess. This is now a reason for all of these Daily Mail and Telegraph readers to have veganuary kind of inserted in front of them one more time when it might not have been otherwise. And then one final thing, which is more about like the social or movement implications of the campaign, is that the team at the veganuary organization will be demoralized or put out or otherwise upset. And one point that I've made on this is that I really think that veganuary, the organization, can kind of take this opportunity while there's a lot of vegans feeling quite galvanized and defensive about veganuary, to set up their own donation campaign in response. I'd like to see FarmKind.com. I think that veganuary can kind of make the best of a bad situation and make the best of all of the sympathy and, like I say, galvanization from the vegan movement at the moment, and ride that to the bank, basically, right? That's what I'd be doing. And again, it's just like generating more resources for the movement, perhaps from different parties in this case. So this is another point on moral licensing. Now, of course, it's a very explicit moral licensing campaign. It's just saying you can carry on eating meat if you're donating, right, at its core. And I'm kind of uncertain about the effects of people taking part in this, if they would actually regard it as moral licensing in the long term. This is a study we did where we asked people to pledge a meat-free week. And before being asked to pledge, some of them are asked to sign a petition for meat-free week or a meat-free day in public catering. And we found that the people who signed the petition were not significantly different from the control group in terms of their likelihood of then pledging a meat-free week. So, under a moral licensing situation, we might worry that the people who signed the petition are not going to feel the need to take their personal meat-free pledge because they feel a moral license from having signed the petition. But in this case, we found that's not really the case, and they were no different from the control group. They were different from the people who saw the petition and declined to sign, right? Who are just sort of anti-vegans, I guess, or not interested in meat reduction. And whilst we did observe some consistency between those two things, like refusing to sign and refusing to take the pledge, we are attributing that more to just the underlying attitudes of these people rather than like consistency effects per se. So, the opposite of a moral licensing effect could be a moral consistency effect, whereby people say, well, I did sign that pledge or I did sign that petition yesterday, so I guess I do care about meat reduction, and therefore become actually more likely to do the good thing to do the pledge rather than becoming less likely. Now, this is not exactly analogous to the FarmKind situation because, as I say, their campaign is much more explicit in being about moral licensing. But it does make me wonder what will be the long-term effects of somebody who signs up and takes this deal and says, I'm going to pay my £15 a month and then keep on eating meat. I don't think it's a given that they will be subsequently less likely to give up meat than they would have been. They might start off with this kind of moral licensing mindset, but I think it's plausible that knowing that they're doing that and having that kind of form part of their identity, who knows, maybe becomes the first step on later giving up meat, so as to, in a sort of consistency effect rather than a licensing effect. So this is my graphic of what their game plan is, and I think this answers your question about could they have done it without the rights violations, basically. If we think of this being the whole population, and then we have realistically no more than about 5% of us who are willing to go and stay vegan, or who are vegan, right? And that has been fairly consistent over decades, really, right? It hasn't gotten above about 5% in the population. And now you have another group out of this portion who are the group who are willing to donate. And FarmKind's theory, and I think there's some evidence to back this up, is that the group who are willing to donate are much, much larger than the group who are willing to go vegan, maybe about 5 times larger, according to some of the numbers that I had in my video on the topic. So notably, you do have this group who's willing to do both, right? And this might be vegan 2.0s. They're people who are going to be vegan, and they are also going to see the importance of donating. And maybe even it could get to the point where most vegans, as well as being vegan, are donating, as here, right? Most of this blue circle is now overlapping and becoming purple. But FarmKind are trying to play for this much larger red portion. And they're saying, never mind the purple, never mind the blue. There's all of these people who might be willing to donate as long as they're not asked to go vegan. So the sort of bet is that there's enough of these people that they can convert into donating, that there will be something on the other side of the track when they pull that lever, right? Or nothing on the other side of the track, I guess would be the way to put it. So I think this is the final point in theory, and I'll talk about some of the way that the campaign's been executed. This is just demonstrating diminishing marginal utility. So for each additional amount of funding that the animal movement generates, they're going to be able to create some more utility. But the catch is that, assuming we're doing the most effective things with the funding that we have first, each additional amount of funding is going to be slightly less impactful than the previous amount of funding was, right? And this, you can see the same graph with like people's income rising, for example. Once you get past a certain income, the increases to your quality of life are actually pretty marginal. So same principle, right? Let's say that, you know, that a movement could be here with a little bit of funding and actually lots of animals helped given the small amount of funding. If we increase that to a little bit more funding, then we have still a lot of animals helped, right? More than before, but this difference is not as great as the previous difference. And if we increase it again, a little bit more funding, we're getting fewer additional animals helped the more that we do that. And another key part of FarmKind's theory of change here is that they're betting that we're like here. We're like very early on, we have very small amounts of resources, and so additional resources generated at this stage is going to be a lot more utility able to be preserved or created, right? So that was the last part in theory, and then the final criticisms are in practice, and I'm also taking longer than I thought I might, so you know, your patience is appreciated. There's a few that I'll talk about here. So the Forget Veganuary website has been overly critical of veganism and makes some unfair claims about veganism. We were looking at the early version that had the thing about plant protein bloat or something like this, which a lot of people say, well, that's unfair. That's, you know, could be called misinformation. And it does seem quite a good thing that they have taken down parts of the website and edited it in like response to some of that feedback. Basically, somebody told me that it previously had celebrities who gave up being vegan section, which they since got rid of as well. So you know, I think that they were responsive to some extent to some of the criticisms of their execution there. The influence of spread misinformation such as meat is essential, and I know this is obviously something that we had already spoken about, and I think this is obviously not the intention of their campaign. So while they have paid them to eat animals, which was the intention of the campaign, I don't think that we can say that they paid them to spread the misinformation, although they did do that. And in the same video, I don't think they were really paid for this. Now, you could still say, you know, they should have had more oversight, right? They should be make sure that they are saying the message you want them to say if you're paying them, right? So again, I think there's some fair criticism that some of the execution could have been tighter. And then finally, that the campaign's been reckless, unkind, or had disregard for the Veganuary organisation. I spoke about this a little bit before, but Tom Norman's comment on this when he's speaking to David Ram says that basically if the campaign's successful in multiplying the movement's resources and helping many animals, then I think that both organisations would agree on reflection that this was more important and was a success looking back.
Well, yeah, I would disagree.
Fair enough. Well, that's a good place to disagree because I've come to the end. This is just like my note slide, so we can get into having a bit of back and forth now.
Yeah, I'll disagree just on the basis that is, you know, Veganuary might disagree that it's possible to get donations without financing animal agriculture, and it's not clear to me why they see the need to, you know, actively finance animal farming.
Yeah, so on this point about the paying for animal farming, I think that well, so we might be concerned about directly paying for the animal farming, or I guess for me the bigger concern would be like paying for a campaign which maybe increases meat consumption in general or meat production in general, because presumably the number of animals that are actually involved in the eating challenge are very, very few compared to whatever they're hoping to achieve with the donations and whatever further risk there might be from like bad, you know.
I guess we can focus just on the eating challenge bit. Would you say, like, would you be okay with it being done like with, if there was, yeah, because you bit the bullet, but I'm still not quite sure if you're actually biting the bullet on what you think you're biting on. So like if it was like completely possible, infinite ways of getting you know, getting people that don't believe in human rights to make posts asking for donations, and there was not clear data that somehow, for some reason, paying them to, because it's also possible to just get food from restaurants if for some reason FarmKind think that it's necessary to give them animal products. It's possible to get the food without rights violations, such as leftover too good to go, or just, yeah. But I still don't see the need why it's necessary. They've not provided an argument for that. Or even if somehow these methods where you're paying people in these challenges and that's more effective, that the increase in, even if it was like completely certain that there'll be a small reduction in suffering, or from a threshold deontological view, I would not say it's justified, and I would not say it's okay.
So the main thing that this relates to, I think, in the way that I'm thinking about it, is this diagram where you have the red section with the far more people who might be willing to donate. And the thing that I didn't really mention there, which perhaps is key to understanding this as well, is that part of their theory in doing this is basically just strong signaling that we're not asking you to go vegan. And in their conception, this is like an essential part of being able to reach those red circle people who are not the purple or the blue section, who are in many cases very much just allergic and will switch off and disengage if they suspect that the campaign is in any way asking them to go vegan. And so they're taking the bet. And the other part of this as well, so there's the signaling point, and that's kind of the proposed mechanism by which this might be able to help them reach a much larger pool of donors if they do the meat eating than if they don't do the meat eating, basically. And the other part that I would say, the expected capacity for helping animals, number of animals that you can help, whatever, if the campaign comes off and generates much more resources for the movement than they could otherwise, is going to be much larger, many times the number of animals that will be eaten by these blokes when they're doing their day of eating goats, whatever they're doing.
So yeah, I think I would not accept that morally, that somehow just that their intuition that paying for people to consume animal products for a small influencer would somehow reach more people than not paying for a big influencer to eat plant-based products that taste as well, or just giving them products that don't entail rights violations and then asking for donations. Because in the video we watched, the influencer didn't even make a call for action to donate. He literally just said, "I'm eating meat, so I'm offsetting."
He did. He didn't actually even say that he's donating in that video. I have to admit, the execution from JJ DeLion probably was not what we would have hoped for.
If I was a 10-year-old on TikTok, TikTok's one of the worst places. I'll literally see that video. He say, "Eat meat, you're offsetting." But
Yeah. There was no. It wasn't clear to me that bloke properly understood like the mechanism. Frankly, I haven't seen anything from either of the other two influencers who are involved in doing this. Have you seen anything from those two?
I haven't, no. But still, yeah. After that post, the paid collaboration is still there. FarmKind, they could ask to take it down, but I would not accept the same thing with humans when there's so many ways of getting donations that don't require violence.
So,
or funding animal farming, or the thing you're trying to oppose.
I think that the capacity for more funding that can be used like very effectively to help a lot of animals is so great that I think really like thrashing around in that big circle to try and find enough of the red people to donate ends up being quite high value. If you're getting donations out of a few people who would not have donated were it not for the like pro meat signaling in the campaign, and paying for meat consumption, right, to say what it is, but from their perspective, like the pro meat signaling, although this isn't a vegan thing, signaling, if that can reach, I don't want to put numbers on it, but like, let's say that reaches some substantial number of people who would have not engaged had it been a, why don't you go vegan and donate? Because I mean, I think, there's a lot of stuff already that's asking people to go vegan. There's a lot of, the plant-based restaurant kind of like, there's a few years ago when plant-based things were becoming good, they would do the prank restaurants and all this kind of stuff. So I think that cutting through with some new group of people,
I'm not saying for FarmKind to tell people go vegan. I'm just saying ask for donations in a way that doesn't fund animal farming. There's so many ways, and I tried to give a few in my presentation where it's a surprise reveal. You don't want to go vegan, give a donation, or just giving all that money, because in the video he's in with the goats. He's like, I'm going to consume a goat tomorrow. Is FarmKind paying for all of that to happen? Or how is he getting the money to consume a whole goat?
No, so this is where I think it comes like a trolley problem, because is there some number of animals that could be counterfactually helped by doing that you would accept, or no?
So if hypothetically there was like it was compared to all the alternatives that don't have violence, that that there was a high degree of certainty that paying people for to promote violence would, I would have a threshold, but I'm not convinced that it's for example, I would have a threshold at some point where I'll be okay. It's okay to pay for murder to stop so many murders in the future, but there's so much uncertainty. It's not clear what's going on. In the video, he just said, eat meat. Eat meat. What was it? Yeah, offset. TikTok is the worst place. And I've got, my sort of intuition tells me that if anything, it will make people eat more animals as well, in addition to the rights violation. And then also, with regards to masculine identity, in the study I showed, people who see themselves, masculine and moral, they tend to they tend to donate more to the in group rather than the out group.
Yeah, I see. So that's like some skepticism as to whether they would be whether these like pro meat people would be willing to donate in any case, basically, which I think is kind of agrees with what I showed in that moral consistency.
And there's there's so much uncertainty that compared to all other methods, this method of paying people to consume animals, or even not paying people to eat animals and just going out, getting volunteers, donation buckets, I reckon it'll be so easy to find people like to just go on a weekend, go asking for donations. I'll be happy to do that, just house knocking and not paying for.
Yeah, I think the bet is that this is going to be unlock some funding that would not be otherwise accessible. So because for me, I have been saying about this, like, the proof will be in the pudding. It's going to come down to some empirical points which are uncertain. And now you could say that FarmKind should have, you're doing on expected value, right? You can have some estimate of how likely this is to exceed, how much you might raise. I don't know what their target is for fundraising, by the way, but presumably there is some amount that if they were, the current annual movement budget is $300 million, right? So let's say that they raise $1 billion and quadruple the budget of the animal movement, and there's some like kind of trivially small, let's say, impact on vegan or like veganuary participation or the number of people going vegan or something like that. Is there a point? Could there's certainly in the reverse case, let's say that it doesn't raise any money and it does have quite a big impact on veganuary or veganism. Retrospectively, I would say, okay, we got that one wrong, right? Like the bet didn't come off, it wasn't well executed, or the expected values were wrong. is there a case where there would be kind of enough money raised that you would say, okay, fair play, then JJ DeLion can have his go because we quadrupled the budget?
Yeah, and maybe if I was going to ask you another hypothetical, then if, for example, yeah, the outcomes we don't know, but
Well, but if they were very successful, would you retrospectively say fair play or still no?
Well, because we don't know the outcome of the cruelty. Well, I'll say like the options which don't finance animal farming, because I think it's a good idea generally to get donations from people. So why have they jumped to this option straight away?
Yeah, that's so you're saying like even if they do raise $1 billion, we won't know that they couldn't have raised $1 billion from some other method
through paying a bigger influencer than J. DeLion, who got his 300 likes, where that's not a lot of likes for an influencer to get on a post, and 12 comments, and then he's going to consume, a sentient being, an individual with their own preferences, and FarmKind is paying him to consume this individual. And then it's also about them, we just don't know that. Like, even just getting donations without any funds going in could also unlock similar funds to paying JD Lion to consume a sentient being.
Yes. So the uncertainty is absolutely true. Like, we don't know how much it will generate, how much more it will generate than other approaches, and how, like, what the harm will be as well. There definitely is some uncertainty. I guess that one has to try to make judgments with that uncertainty in place, right? Where you're like, what's the expected value? Are we expecting this was going to be worthwhile or not? And I think that my intuition at the moment is still that it will generate enough counterfactual donations to offset, certainly I think, offset the suffering caused by the eating challenges themselves, which again, I think, is just going to be a trivial number of animals in the grand scheme of things that these three guys are going to eat. The amount of donations needed to offset those animals specifically is going to be not very much at all. I would be more concerned about, like, the wider implications of, are people more broadly going to read these headlines and think that they don't need to go vegan or something like that.
So if there was, would your position be the same? This is sort of the bullet which I was asking, the hypothetical, that would you pay with an organization paying JD Lion to, consume humans when there's so many different options? Even
I think if there was good reason to believe that this is going to increase the budget of the human movement to such an extent that it's pulling the lever on, 1 million humans versus one, or whatever it was, I think I would have to say yes.
But yeah, what I say about this situation is that I don't think it's clear that paying people to like, as FarmKind, I don't think they provide anywhere on their website that funding animal farming will increase their budget compared to all other methods, why they've gone for that method.
So the idea is that you're reaching people who are not currently at all to do with farmed animals, right? You have like the 5% of vegans, and presumably we're pretty good for giving donations, or to some extent anyway. But you've got 20 times as many people who are not that, and so.
Could you say that again? Reaching 5% of people that are not.
So if you're drawing donations from the 5%, let's say, tops, who are vegan,
yeah,
it's just a way bigger market, right? Let's go after the 95% who are not vegan, and even if they're 20 times less likely to donate, it's going to end up being half our funding.
But so what I'm actually asking is, why does FarmKind think it's better to pay people to consume animals? Why do they think that will unlock more funding? Because you can reach the same people without paying to consume animals.
I think that they're thinking that you can't. I think that they're thinking that there's going to be some people who are not going to engage at all if the campaign is anything like, oh, they were really eating plant-based all along, or something like. And there certainly will be people like that. Like, I've sent the campaign to a few people, and people are like, oh, okay, this is interesting, right? Does more than Veganuary, and I think they've deliberately, and I'm sure at some discomfort to themselves, because as far as I know, most of the people involved with the campaign are vegan, although they're not necessarily saying that very loudly in media, because it's sort of part of the theory of change to not have it look like a vegan thing. So I think that they're betting there are people who you actually can't reach unless you say, we come in peace, this is absolutely not asking you to go vegan, or to have anything vegan coded like that.
Yeah, I've not seen it enough. I've not seen enough, from them to, because I can just think of so many great initiatives, and even that don't require money, to try and reach people that, support animal farming.
To try and reach people that. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. To try and reach non-vegans for donation asks.
So many great initiatives where you could use money to reach people that non-vegans. That's people who support animal farming.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a question of scale in terms of, like, some things are going to be better return on investment than others. Basically, right? You're going to if you put out online ads that are just straight up asking people for donations, there's going to be some expected like return on investment. Each dollar you spend on adverts, you're going to get 3 back in donations or something like that. And I think that by going after such a atypical market, they're hoping that there's just so much untapped donation ask that you can reach if you do a lot of like we're not vegan signaling, that is just not reachable if you at all smell of tofu,
But do you think it's possible to do non-vegan signaling without consuming animals, or without financing animal farming? Because I keep on saying that. I can think of so many initiatives where you could do non-vegan signaling without financing animal farming.
I'm sure that you could. It will be, again, I think we've got to keep the scale in mind here, right? But like I think, frankly, I think that the £15 a month that they're asking for is probably far more than is needed to offset not being vegan. And fair play to them, right? Go after it. I think that certainly, like, the animals that were involved in the eating or that were killed for the eating challenges, you're just looking at a trolley problem with one animal over here and 1,000 over here.
But it's like, it's maybe you're saying these numbers, but it can also be 0 versus, potentially so many initiatives which could have the same, funding, or even like 998 or something like that.
Well, yeah. Well, so this is the thing. I think that they're betting it would be either the choice to like sacrifice the one animal and save the 1,000, or don't sacrifice any animals and have less. Remove that part of the anti-vegan signaling, but you're only going to save 100 animals or 50 animals or something like that. So they're kind of making some sort of calculation where it's like a strategic restraint. Actually, this is interesting. I was reading a little bit about the movie The Imitation Game.
No, I haven't.
Okay, fair enough. So it's about where they crack the Enigma code in World War II, and they work out the code that the Nazis are using to communicate with each other. And when they work out the code, they almost immediately realize that they can't just behave on the battlefield so as to reveal that they've worked out the code, because they're going to know that we've got the code. They're just going to change the code, right? So they have to do strategic restraint, and in the movie there's a very dramatic bit where they're going to allow an ally ship to be synced because they can't give away that we know the Enigma code. And so they were sort of making sacrifices of some ships like this, right, in order to preserve the secret, and there's a greater good, we're going to win the war, and so on. Interestingly, when I looked into it, that seems to have been a bit of artistic license on the part of the filmmakers, and they didn't actually make any sacrifices like that, which I was going to analogize to the animals eating in the FarmKind challenge, right? But they in fact found other ways of having plausible deniability about knowing the code or whatever. So here was an example I was hoping to bring and say, clearly, there are some situations where we find it acceptable to sacrifice one to help many. Now, they didn't actually do it there. I might still say that we ought to, if it did come down to it. And there would be a situation where you're not going to prevent the death in this case, such that you prevent many more deaths in the long term. But yeah, I think so. Are you on the same page as me in saying that it will ultimately be an empirical, like the outcome will kind of determine in retrospect whether it was worth it?
No, because you can get donations in ways which, in ways which don't require immediate rights violations. So even if the outcome is, they raise a lot of money through sacrificing sentient beings, they never tried without using like other methods, and there's so much uncertainty.
Well, so it's worth, maybe this is not quite material to the point. It's worth saying they have done other campaigns that don't do this method, right? But of course, you're saying that like you shouldn't be doing this method in any case. So let's say that we could know that this would counterfactually generate $1 billion. In that case, are you not going to say, more money, let's say $1 billion more than could have been generated without paying the influence to eat the animals?
Then in this hypothetical, if it's like inbuilt into the hypothetical, then I would have a threshold where I'll be okay. Mm-hmm. There'll be a point where there's just too much, too much money being donated through methods which don't require the sacrifices, to be able to say, okay, it's then at this point I'll say, okay, it's permissible, but
but then I hear your point as well, that in actual fact you're saying even if it does generate a lot of donations, we're not going to know that they couldn't have done that some other way. So it won't necessarily be clear that it was worth it in retrospect in any case.
Mm-hmm. And then I think the uncertainty, I would give the benefit of the doubt to humans, so I'll give the benefit of the doubts to non-human sentients as well, to try and raise the funds through other methods.
I certainly think that they should be pulling on other strings as well. Like, of course, if there are basically, I think they should be doing anything that can generate novel counterfactual donations that we wouldn't have had otherwise. And for me, I spend a lot of time thinking about this. The value of the donations is so much more than the value of the diet change. Somebody had commented on one of my posts, should vegans just stop being vegan and donate instead? And I want to say, well, no, I mean, if you're already vegan, then stop. But if you were going to either stop being vegan and donate £1,000 a month, or carry on being vegan, I'm going to tend to choose the thing that's going to help more animals, like regardless. Do you know what I mean? It's not, I don't feel like I have the same quite visceral attachment to the idea that somebody had to be vegan in any case. Tobias Linnett had a thing where he said, I would eat a steak for €1,000 because I could donate it and help more animals, that kind of thing. That's my kind of view on the donation or diet change. Now, of course, you can do both, right, in practice, but yeah.
But yes, but would you say your personal, intuition is that paying, influencers such as JD, Lion, paying, philanthropic money, presumably they paid software developers to make that game that I showed during my presentation, where it's just, where they say things such as, what was it? It's so difficult, you need planning, stuff like this. Do you think all of that, does your gut intuition say that will unlock so much more funding than really great initiatives where it's about a non-vegan, maybe even being paid to visit a sanctuary or something like that, do a reel where FarmKind, they know what's being put into the reel, no misinformation, and then he's going to be like, okay, I'm going to go home, still consume animals, still violate. Well, he won't say that, but please donate. Is your like personal gut intuition that those methods where it's JD Lion 300 likes?
Yeah, I think we probably all, yeah, I think we probably all wish that the posts had done, or well, perhaps not. Hey, done better and reach more people. But some people don't wish that. Again, I think it's about like the whole campaign is designed. It's like a landing page for someone who's coming there, probably as well. We don't attach too much to it, but the thing I have in mind is like a skeptical dad who's like the relative of someone who's doing Veganuary, and they've you know, I was talking earlier about people almost doing the donating to own the vegans, right? What about if anti-vegans cotton onto this and start saying, "Ha, I'm donating £1,500 a month, so I'm doing more than 100 vegans put together, vegans owned," right? That's a great. That'll be a great outcome from my perspective. I think there's potential for like some just like some of these kind of like public heels. I was talking about like Dan Bilzerian, right? Let's say that he just does a big expensive own the vegans, and in the process just gives us a ton of money that we wouldn't have had otherwise. I think that, you know, I'll take his money, right?
So yeah, I would have framed it completely different rather than making vegan being a negative thing in this sort of example. It could be like, do even better than these pesky vegans, or, you know, something like that. Yeah, that example I was speaking with Jamie Woodhouse, he's sentientism. He was like, maybe that could be a good, do even better. But yeah, I would not sort of personally shy away from the animal rights aspect, but I'll be like, you can, you know, I'll make it clear that you can make a difference without changing your individual behavior. But I would not make the other side like so negative. And yeah, I know you keep on saying that that's their intuition, that this strategy is the best compared to all counterfactuals, but yeah, we don't know what they're basing it on, you know.
Well, we don't know. Yeah, and to be clear, that's my I presented some sort of theoretical reasons why we might think that this would be successful, but of course we don't know. There's no, you know, we don't yet know how successful it will be, and as you pointed out, we won't know in retrospect how successful some other strategy might have been. Would be interested to know if there's any more testing done with kind of different messages that don't have so much of the anti-vegan stuff, like how did that make it less potent, make people less likely to donate, and by how much, and stuff like this. Yeah.
But yeah, I can't remember if you answered my question. Is your intuition that those that gain that post is better than so many other methods which would not entail rights violations?
I think it's better for the segment that they're targeting, and I think that the idea would probably be to have a bunch of different campaigns. That's not going to be better for everyone, right? But it's definitely going to be better for some people. They are going to need a lot of dunk on the vegans, yeah, veganism sucks, to come around to the bottom of the page where it's asking for donations. So yes, for some people, I suppose is the answer. But not, you know, clearly not for you and me, right? It's not.
Have you seen any data that, yeah, if someone is, you know, acting in their behavior is acting towards, well, their individual actions are against an issue, and then sort of dunking on that issue makes them donate to the issue, if that makes sense?
Well, I think it's dunking on the method, right? I'm not sure if there is an equivalent. I'm sure there are like some equivalents to veganism where the sort of cost to entry to some movement or issue is to make what is for most people like a pretty substantial lifestyle change that most people are not even going to consider, right? Let's, if you had to, um, I can't even think of an analogy to be, if there's some, if the point is there's some huge personal cost or self-perceived, right, as the cost of entry into caring about some issue. I think that that's the reason why there are far more like leftists than there are vegans, for example, because you can kind of call yourself a leftist without actually having really to do anything. Whereas when the cost of entry is what is for many people very high, then they're not gonna then go further to thinking about, can I donate to this cause and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I was speaking with Dr. Faraz Hassini, who mentioned me. He was like, I can quote him. I think, yeah, he said that he knows the study, but he was like, people will, for example, if someone consumes eggs, they will donate to industries. They won't donate industries, to industry where egg exploitation industries. They'll donate to, for example, to Kashmir. So industries which are not actively supporting themselves through their behavior.
That's a really interesting point. I've thought before that it's very easy to get public support to like ban foie gras, for example, because nobody eats foie gras, so nobody cares about defending it. So it's slim pickings in that sense, right? So maybe it's easier to get like people who don't eat pork for religious reasons to donate to some pig welfare campaign, for example. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that angle. It could be some sort of patchwork of people who don't eat different things donating to those specific animals, I guess.
But yeah, you're saying that your gut intuition is that their method is the best to reach non-vegans. Okay, yeah, I don't have that intuition that it's possible, through non-supportive of animal farming methods to reach the same amount of people. Non-vegans.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm thinking of a specific. There's sort of a set of people who are going to care about the issue, but are not going to be willing to go vegan. I'm thinking of people I know personally who are like very much activists and care about social issues and love going to the protests and so on, and have veganism as the blind spot. I'm sure we all know people like this, and again, I think it's just because that is quite a high price of entry for most people. And I can think of people that I know who will be very defensive about the idea that they ought to be vegan, and really might require JJ DeLion to eat a goat before they kind of let their guard down to engage with any kind of pro-animal campaign. So I guess it is coming down to I don't have strong data to say that there's this is the expected amount of donations, or there's this demographic who definitely would engage when they definitely wouldn't have otherwise. But yeah, my sense is, and in my view, time will tell if this was a successful strategy, and there could be situations where it really doesn't generate much donations, in which case I think the FarmKind team themselves will be saying, that wasn't worthwhile, right? And I think the opposite is possible also.
But yeah, I'll share my screen just again. 1 minute. I'm curious what you thought of the argument where I was trying to steelman FarmKind, whether you would agree with that or not. I'm allowed to. Hopefully you can see it. You can see my screen?
Yeah, it's a little bit pixelated. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, so if FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign has a higher chance of reducing total rights violations or suffering over other types of campaigns that FarmKind could deliver, then FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign is defensible. So I guess that you're saying that you disagree with this but that you would agree with it if it had a much, 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 much higher chance of reducing total rights violations, right?
So, so I would say if it has got, so first of all, it's in the premise it's just reducing total rights violations over other types. So even if it's a small reduction,
Okay.
I would not accept the sacrifices. So if it was, almost, I would not accept that. If there's just a small reduction in rights violations or suffering compared to other campaigns, and then then premise two, FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign has a higher chance of reducing total rights violations or suffering over other types of campaigns. So yeah, I don't think P2 is true. So it's not clear why campaigns that don't finance animal agriculture are less effective. For example, there are ways of getting animal products that don't entail rights violations. So unintended spillover effects. People on TikTok could see that video and then just go eating more animals.
There are ways of getting animal products that don't entail rights violations.
Yeah, for example, not financing animal farming and then getting foods from restaurants that are throwing out their foods at the end of the day.
Oh, I see what you mean. So interestingly, I was just reading some commentary from Tom Norman before our conversation, and I kind of decided to not make this point, although I guess I am now going to do so. He was making the point in a discussion or a blog post somewhere that these competitive eaters do these kind of challenges anyway, and so perhaps they're actually not eating more meat than they would have done absent the challenge. I think that's a little bit tenuous for me. I think they probably are eating more meat than they would have. Say they're just doing their regular, whatever big eating challenges they do. But there's another thing to consider as well, right? It's not. Here's people who are eating lots of something in any case, and often it is meat. But yeah, it's. I don't think that's really strong enough to be determinative. So go ahead.
So would you think P2 is true? FarmKind's Forget Veganuary campaign has a higher chance of reducing total rights violations or suffering over other types of campaigns?
Yes, I do think that's correct. Yeah, and then so yeah, I do think so. Because I think that there is a demographic who's going to be willing to donate, but absolutely won't even get to the ask if they think that it has something to do with veganism. Can get to the ask if it's sort of steeped in this anti-vegan signalling, and if some fraction of those donate, with the amount of donations required to offset the animals in the challenge in this case is not going to be very much. It's going to be quite a modest amount. So
okay, so yeah, I don't think P2 to be true. So yeah, for example, I personally would not advocate to I would not consume food from restaurants, just so people know. But if FarmKind was to get animal products that in ways that don't entail rights violations, you would think that would still be less effective than them paying for animal farming, for people to consume animals.
Sorry, 1 second. Yes, I think it would be if that was like part of the way that it's presented. And who knows? Perhaps they did do this, right? Perhaps all of those chicken nuggets that Jojo the Lion ate were going to get chucked out otherwise. But I think this is a bit like them being vegan. If that is the case, they can't really say it in any of the public communications about the campaign. Because if they were like, we're going to have these competitive eaters eat this meat, by the way, it's all meat that was going to get thrown out anyway, you know you're not going to get the donations out of those people who are allergic to veganism if they sense that it's. Do you know what I mean by that?
Well, yeah. Well, maybe if they, I don't know. So it's intuition based, and it's so much uncertainty that I just default to not having the sacrifices.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there is a lot of uncertainty. I can't argue with that. And maybe it's something like appetite for risk. Basically, it's almost like it's a big gamble, really. It could be the case that this doesn't come off. I kind of see their theory of change. I think that trying to generate a lot of counterfactual donations from a demographic who are not going to go vegan anyway and who are unlikely to engage in other cases, I think is an admirable goal and like well worth trying to pursue. But I will say about this as well, and perhaps we should move towards wrapping up, so we're going on 2 hours.
Yeah, no worries.
I will say about this as well. I don't think that. Yeah, well, for me, I think that the proof will be in the pudding, as I keep saying, right? And it will be if they do manage to generate a lot of donations, then it will have been worth it. And if they don't, then clearly it won't have been.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I will have the opposite position, that even if they do get donations, we don't know the counterfactual, what could have happened. And yeah, I would not say this is a sound argument. I would not, I would even have, for it to be a sound argument, I would have to adjust the first premise to say a high chance, well, almost certain of significantly reducing total rights violations above a threshold, to make the sacrifices, which I think normally are immoral, to then become permissible. And I don't think they've done it enough, research or provided enough evidence that there's no other way that somehow, paying for posts of JD Lion to consume a goat is, more effective than other, options, which, I know you bit the bullet today. I'll be interested if the FarmKind team would also bite the bullets as well, with regards to paying for, individuals to consume products from human rights violations, if there were, initiatives which could be done without that. And it's all uncertain which sort of methods would get the most donations, but I think that they could definitely reach out to influencers, non-vegans with big presence. A vegan camp out, for example, there was I know that created a big storm. There was a non-vegan there who was sort of trolling vegan camp out, but that's a bad example. But I think that it's definitely possible to reach someone with a big presence who's non-vegan, and encourage them and their followers to give donations. And also, I think there's even, it's also not clear that the Forget Veganuary campaign is better at reducing donations compared to just not, doing initiatives that don't require any money as well. Because there could be unintended spillover effects. So I think I'll wrap up there. I'll stop showing my screen.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, yeah. And I'll say broadly, I don't think, well, a couple of things. First of all, I wouldn't expect, and I almost wouldn't want most vegans to be in agreement with this. I get that it is very unintuitive and just going to like violate some people's ideas of what's okay, period. So I'm not surprised that, and I wouldn't necessarily want that, that most vegans, I'm not surprised that most vegans disagree with me, and I wouldn't necessarily want them all to agree with me. And the other thing I'll say about this strategy is that it is contingent and time limited, and it's only the case that this is worth trying because the value of donations is so high on expectation, that it is the case currently that modest donations can offset the amount of animal suffering caused through our diets. That won't be the case forever. There will come a point where this whole strategy becomes sort of self-detonating, because of course, if everybody thought that they could just donate and not have to do anything to change their diet, well then where's the meat reduction coming from, right? Clearly somebody has to be eating less meat. So there will come a point where it ceases to be the case and the theory becomes sort of eats itself. But I think we're a long way from there still. I think that my expectation for potential money raised this way is sufficient to take the risk of the downsides, but I understand that that's not your view, and that's not a lot of people's view as well. So yeah, I really appreciate again, Patrick, you taking the time to debate. I think we've
more of a discussion. We said, yeah, more of a discussion.
Yeah, you're going easy on me, aren't I? No, I think we've done a good job of modelling friendly and productive disagreement in the movement, and I do think that batting our intuitions up against each other and sort of challenging each other to justify things more and go and look for evidence and explain it. I've enjoyed the process of preparing for this debate and putting it all together and going through it with you. So yeah, thanks so much for the conversation.
I appreciate it, and hopefully we can stay in touch. Best of luck with everything.
Absolutely. To you too. Thanks so much, my man.
Take care. See ya.
Speak soon. Well, what do we think, guys? How'd I do? Lot of people here. There's 24 people now in the chat. Go and give the stream a like if you didn't do that already. Well, it's emptying out now that finished. Well, don't go anywhere, because we're just about to get on with Ask Yourself. So we're not stopping yet. Let's get that going. Let me give him a message. What a good stream tonight, hey? We got a lot for you. Patrick was very forgiving, says Soy Daddy. That's a damning indictment. Thanks, Poe. Thanks, Vegan Stem. Appreciate you. Thank you, Cat Girl. Thanks, Oppenheimer. Hey, good to see you. Yes, we got you some Ask Yourself fans in chat. Oh, let me put my camera back up, hey. Here we go. Whoops. All right. We'll be on with Ask Yourself shortly. True, Poe. I got the impression you're so relieved mentally to finally talk and have a discussion with a vegan instead of a meathead. Very true. I mean, I said in this conversation, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, like it is very refreshing arguing with vegans in some ways, because the quality of the discussion with the meatheads is just not the same. It's just not. It's so nice. Honestly, even the LinkedIn comments, even in a situation where like I'm kind of taking an unpopular position in my group, and some people could be stressed out by this, right? I love the conversation. I love the discourse, and I think that there's so many thoughtful people who are willing to put so much time and energy into really giving consideration to the best way to approach these issues, and they feel strongly about it, right? And I do as well, right? I'm not. Sometimes I'd take that to be a little bit dismissive. Would be, oh, you feel very passionate about this issue, right? But really, though, I mean, it's just we're very, very lucky to have so much, so many high quality people in the animal movement. Or maybe that's not luck. Maybe that's a selection bias, eh? Let's see what we're doing here then. Everyone's going to keep me waiting now. Yeah, it's very unintuitive to think about something from a utilitarian view than a direct rights violation view. Yeah. I think that's a lot of what it's coming down to, really. I think that most people are lean utilitarian or deontologist. I kind of lean utilitarian, but, you know, Patrick's right that there's going to be some pretty uncomfortable reductios on pure utilitarianism, which we didn't have any of the explosive bullet biting that one might force in a debate with a meat eater, which I appreciated. Yeah, Patrick and I are in the same professional circles, and decided to spare some of the spicier hypos that you might get on some parts of the internet. I'm very grateful for that. Well, we're going to have Ask Yourself very soon, guys. So, someone said he's in Ottawa with Vegan Gains. Yeah, that's right. Okay, he said he was running late because Vegan Gains had a problem with his motorbike. I appreciate the feedback on the audio as well, guys. I just got a new audio interface, so both my sound and the computer sound are coming through the same thing on my OBS now. So I really appreciate when people are saying, oh, he's a bit quiet or you're a bit quiet. It's good to get that even. That's always a problem. When I listen back to my recordings, I'm like, why do I never mix it properly? I'm always like so quiet on one side of the conversation. It's something I'm trying to get better at, but we're not there yet. Should we carry on reading this? I'm quite interested to read the rest of this while we wait for AY. Hey, let me update the stream title actually. I'll tell you what, actually, why don't we see what... I saw that Virtue Postmortem made a video about the FarmKind campaign as well. Anyone seen that? Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. Hey, AY, how's it going? Oh. Switch. Uh-huh.
Test.
Hey, dude, how's it going?
Pretty good. Sorry about the delay. How about you?
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, pretty good as well. I just finished up quite lengthy debates. Actually worked out really well because we would have had to cut the debate short had we been running on time here, so that's good.
Okay, yeah. Don't ever hesitate to, if you have to move the time around, try to be flexible. Yeah, we had some technical difficulties. I guess that the battery in Richard's bike crapped out, so threw us off by a few hours there.
Oh, bummer. You're visiting Vegan Gains at the moment.
Sorry, I'm just drinking a huge thing of fucking Kool-Aid. No, we live together.
Oh, you live together.
Yeah, for now. I'm out here for a while. Just buys me some economic headroom to get some shit up and running, and then um, we're not going to be in this situation for super long, but it's pretty fun. We get along really well, so it's a nice little chunk of time out here.
Nice. That's awesome. Are you going to be getting huge in the basement gym?
Yeah, dude, I'm working out every day. Right now, I've
That's
had
awesome.
to take a break for the last like week and a half because I actually injured my arm, which is kind of annoying. I think I was trying to curl too much, and I think Richard said it's my brachialis or something. I don't fucking know, but yeah, I somehow injured my arm. Anyway, it's like mostly recovered, so pretty much get back to it. But yeah, no, it's been from a fitness point of view, it's been fucking insanely based being out here because I just wake up every day, I work out, I've been getting good cardio. I've just been able to focus entirely on the things that I want to, which are basically just fitness and ask yourself.
That's awesome. Yeah, I remember you describing your perfect day, and it was pretty much that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I've got a whole fucking chunk of other shit that I'm planning to do once I get out of here also. So yeah, it's good though. I've enjoyed it a lot out here. It's a kind of quiet area that we're in. I won't say exactly where it is. Richard keeps it kind of to himself, but that's pretty chill.
Nice. That's awesome. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying life at the moment then. It's a good bit. It's a good bit.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's fucking awesome. I'm having a great time. What
That's
about you?
great.
Is life good with you? Are you dominating your enemies in debate?
We're having a rather polite debate today. It was a debate with another vegan. I think you might know this person actually. They go by Foolproof Mastery in the Discord servers. They're in your server.
I've seen the name, I think in Nick's server,
Hmm.
but I'm not familiar with them. Or if I am, sorry to Foolproof Mastery. Maybe we've spoken before.
Yeah, he was very good on the prop logic stuff. He had syllogisms on slides in our debate. I thought, well, I'm going to get wrecked here, but it was a friendly discussion.
Yeah, there's a misperception that people who care about logic and who actually take the time to consider those things are like unfair. I mean, it's it just makes things clear and easy to proceed. In fact, formalizing your argument anything makes it easier to attack because you can't waffle around. You're being very explicit about what you're saying, so people can really hold you to it. Of course, if you become explicit like that, then when holes get poked, you can fix up your explicit formulation, and ultimately down the line, it'll lead you to something more stable because instead of always waffling around as pressure is placed on you, you're forced to actually look at your exact structure and then modify it so that the criticism it doesn't work against it anymore. And you can't really refine a vague waffling kind of idea in the same way you can refine something clear. So it's kind of like formalizing. The way I think about it is that it makes you initially a more vulnerable, but it gives you something meaningful that you can iterate on that will eventually be a lot stronger. So it's kind of like if you have like a chart and like two lines and one starts like lower than another, like a time versus um I don't know, like fortitude or something or stability kind of graph.
Mm.
Like eventually the formal ones the line starts lower but then it overtakes the other.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. And actually, just before the debate, I was just reading this Substack about productive disagreement. Um, and one of the things it's talking about is kind of forcing both sides to get more evidence and be more precise and argue their position better. And I've felt a real sense of that in doing this recent arc that I've been on, which, by the way, do you know anything at all about the Forget Veganuary campaign, the FarmKind stuff?
No, I'd like to get into that actually. I saw some stuff about it and kind of curious what the deal is there.
Yeah, so the
Sorry, can I just before you get into that, who wrote the productive disagreement thing?
this is on a Substack by someone called sandcastlesblog.substack.com. I'll give you a link to it.
Interesting. Are
Yeah.
they associated with our space at all? Because that's a term that I use quite a lot. I'm wondering if there's a connection there.
Oh, interesting. Their name is Aiden Kankyoku.
Not that I know of.
Fair enough.
Okay. I do use it more in my head, like, because a lot of the stuff I've been building out, I've been using the term productive disagreement constantly.
Hmm.
Because, and we'll come back to I want to hear about the Veganuary, forget Veganuary, but a lot of the stuff that I'm doing with built, like when I complete this whole course and stuff, like I literally at one point thought of calling it the productive disagreement course.
Mm.
Because like on one level you can look at it like, oh, it's the weapon to debate, but another is like it's really just elevating the discourse. Like I feel like people are not taught how to disagree productively as children. Like they're not really in school, they're taught to kind of like get along and just like, you know, not fight with each other, and they don't learn the intellectual tools to disagree productively, and they also don't learn the right norms of like, you know, tell it, just like be direct but don't be mean, and you know, there's just all this shit that's missing that I would like people to have. So yeah, it's just that term is interesting. And when you talk about your arc, what arc do you mean? Just the arc of kind of going around and debating and arguing with people?
Well, this particular latest arc is on the FarmKind issue, so it's brought me to disagreements with other vegans rather than disagreements with meatheads, which is where I usually
Oh,
am.
okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the broader arc of like you getting into the philosophy and debate space and kind of like, so you're talking about like a sub arc kind of within that
That's
arc.
right. Yeah, that's right. That's the broader arc, yeah.
I do think it's cool that you're having that broader arc, though. I think a lot of people, so like I really I do compliment you for doing that. I think a lot
Oh,
of people,
thanks.
especially a lot of academics, I don't know if you think of yourself as an academic. I mean, you have a degree and you do academic stuff, so I mean, I think we'd say you're an academic. I guess you're not doing stuff in a university context.
Mm.
Whatever, regardless, a lot of people don't they don't really get into the like trying to argue for their ideas and seeing what other people have to say and learning to really refine and articulate them clearly, and that it's just such a important experience to have because it makes you refine your ideas so much more. It makes you a much better communicator. It makes you realize a lot more about your ideas. And it gives you a realistic sense of what fucking makes sense or not, instead of just being like a hero in your own head or something.
Hmm.
There's like a kind of honesty and vulnerability that you have to like actually do that and go through that process. And it's very good. You just end up being just a better reasoner and a better proponent. So I think it's very good that you like overall have gone on that arc.
Yeah, well, thanks for saying that. I appreciate that. And yeah,
Of course.
it's kind of a little bit scary, right? Because especially when you're going to go and do debates, you go the first time you think, oh, I don't know how this is going to go, right? Maybe I'm about to get embarrassed here. And I think there's no substitute for doing it. I think it's
No.
when you watch a lot of debates, it's easy to imagine. Well, I don't know how that's done because I've watched a lot of debates, but it's very, very, very different doing it. Hey.
Oh yeah, there's people who think they could do it and they don't realize how hard it is when you're actually in the conversation. Because when you're backseat driving it, you're like, firstly, your nervous system is totally settled. You're
Hmm.
not feeling anxious or anything at all, which I think for a lot of people, there's at least some level of anxiety that debate brings up. You've got your full mental bandwidth there, and you're not having to do any tracking. So it's not like you have a lot of your bandwidth going towards making sure you're tracking the conversation and replying in a way that's like linear and connected. You're just hearing points, and then a point hits you that you see a response to, and you see the optimal thing to respond to that
Yes.
particular point. But really, it's like, okay, if you said that in the context, it wouldn't even make sense in the flow of the discussion because there's already a different kind of flow happening. And it would be a lot harder to realize that point with that much depth while doing all the other juggling, and you likely have some level of anxiety and like all these things. So people really backseat drive debate, and they think it's a lot easier than it is. And no, there's no substitute. The real combination of like doing the debate and then doing the theorizing about it, so like a kind of theory practice combo iteratively, that's how you get like really good. I think at both basically they're mutually supporting.
Yes, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you're totally right about the backseat driving. When you are watching a debate and you spot the point that you could have made better, you can just take for granted that you would have done at least as well on all the other points, right?
Yeah,
Which is,
that's a great way to
yeah,
say it. Exactly. Yes. And it's like, no, there's no reason to think that. And
yeah,
yeah, you realize quickly how many moving parts there are when you actually start doing the thing. And that's part of why I do the kind of style that I do when I debate. Like I think you want to have kind of like an algorithm. You want to have a way to simplify things so that you don't have to track all those moving parts. You can free up more mental bandwidth. There's one other thing I was going to say about this. Debate, mental bandwidth. Give me a second to remember. Oh, yeah, and it makes you develop better norms. And there's things that you can, like, there's a difference between realizing a thing intellectually and realizing it at a really like experiential level where you're like living that thing. Like one example, I think in philosophy they have words for this. There's like different kinds of knowledge. Maybe is either this or is a close concept where there's like propositional knowledge, and then there's like experiential knowledge, like how to ride a bike. Is like experiential knowledge. So I might be talking about that, but a good example of this kind of thing is like jujitsu. Like you could study jujitsu, you could learn all the moves, you could get to a point that you can watch a match and go like, oh, side control, there's mount, okay, he's going for the Kimura. Like you could, tell everything that's happening. But if you were to actually try to do jujitsu, you'd get tapped out instantly by a white belt because there's a separation there between the like having the skill and at some more abstract level understanding what's going on. So yeah, there's stuff like that, and also it forces you to learn certain kind of norms. Like you were talking about feeling like, oh, I might get wrecked here. Like that's a normal thing to think, but then I think, well, at least this is how what's happened for me. Like with thoughts like that, I'm like, well, I find that through doing a lot of these conversations, you can intellectually find your way to a better way to think about it, and then experientially by doing a lot of these debates, conversations, whatever, you can ingrain that understanding. Like if you just have the intellectual thing, you won't ingrain it, and the second you're actually in a debate, regardless of your intellectual realization, wherever you're actually at emotionally is just going to be where you're at. But if you're actually doing the debates, you can ingrain the intellectual realization into a more like experiential, embodied kind of knowing. So like for it just to take that one to make this concrete, like, oh, I'm gonna get wrecked. So like, what's a more productive way to think about that? Like, not just more productive, but is that even really what you think about? Is that a worthwhile or good thought? Like, I mean, it's worth trying to do your best and defend your ideas well. But and you probably have this frame already. I doubt that this is something you've never heard. But a way better way to think about it is just like, I'm just trying to find out what's true and then help other people see what's true. I think I'm right and I think they're wrong, but we're going to explore. And there's not really any bad outcome here. Like if I turn out being right, then it's like, okay, great. I was correct and I helped spread the truth and that became clear to people. And if I'm wrong, well, then that's just a chance for me to improve. Like I was wrong about something. I want to know that I'm wrong about something, and now I've been shown, and I can be more correct in the future. Right? So there's the reframe where it's like, okay, that's way more productive than worrying about getting wrecked. And then as you actually debate, when the getting wrecked thought comes up, you kind of remind yourself of the reframe and try to think like that. And then, a few debates deep, you notice that the getting wrecked thought just doesn't really come up as much or subsides really quickly, because you've kind of experientially ingrained that better reframe.
yeah. That's a really interesting way of thinking about it. I have to say, I noticed a little bit differently in this debate that I just did, which, like I say, is against a guy who's also a vegan and an animal advocate. We want a lot of the same outcomes. I did have much more of that modest, like, hey, I could be wrong here and I'd be happy to be shown to be wrong. And exactly as you say, I don't want to be wrong for a moment longer than I need to be, than in some other debates that I've had with meatheads where I'd feel, well, I can't help but feel a bit invested in this. And we're going to argue about whether there's a health risk of red meat or something. clearly part of me is like, I want the answer to be that yes, there is, and I'm trying to interpret the evidence that way and stuff like this. So there's a bit more, it feels like there's something that I could lose in that case. Whereas in this case, I'm talking to another vegan about a difference in strategic approach. Maybe my strategy is wrong and I want to find that out. So yeah, it's definitely that different mindset.
Yeah, I mean, I actually would encourage taking the latter mindset in both, or trying to, because really, like, if you think about it, you do feel the same way about the Carnus thing. Like, at least I assume you do. Like, imagine for whatever reason carnism is actually right and just like aligns with all your values and is best for health and like you would just want to know that, right? You would want to be shown wrong. Like, yeah, I mean, it means you've been wasting a bunch of your time, but it's better to learn that now than to waste more of your time, right? So there's really no reason not to just have the exact same framing when talking to the carnist. Obviously, the other party can also make it easier or harder. Like I try to make people feel comfortable as best I can when I talk to them. Sometimes people won't do that, and they're out for blood, obviously. Yeah, I think you can have this, or at least work towards having the same mindset in both contexts, and that would actually be more productive, more psychologically equanimous. Equanimous. I don't know exactly how to pronounce that. You'd have more psychological equanimity.
Yeah, I think so. I think that difference only arises when like from my perspective, if somebody could present me with a very compelling argument against the idea that red meat is unhealthy, let's say, and that wouldn't necessarily change my value judgment because I'm going to be more interested in the ethical part of the conversation, but I would be thinking, I don't want this to be the conclusion of the conversation for other viewers who might not share that same set of values but might be concerned about the health thing. But then that is a bit of a dishonest way ultimately to engage with that point, I suppose, isn't it? Like rooting for one outcome.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand the like, oh, well, fuck, I still feel right about the topic overall. And now the conversation is just what's happened is the part of the conversation we focused on was a part I turned out being wrong about. And that might give the misleading impression that I'm wrong about the whole topic. And yeah, I mean, if there's time left in the conversation, if the topic wasn't locked down to that one specific thing, maybe you can then talk about an area where you're more likely to be right and try to balance the scale and do the best for the animals and the stuff you care about. But also, sometimes you just got to take an L. Like, sometimes you might just fuck something up. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm perfect at taking an L or that that's an easy thing to do, but I think broadly, if you're like smart and you're putting in your effort and you're trying your best to be intellectually honest and you're going to keep going, having, some conversations or some videos or whatever your form of engagement is, having some of it go wrong, it's not the end of the world. Because again, just like being smart, having good things you're trying to do, having a good attitude about how you're approaching it, if you just keep at it, the overall effect is almost certainly going to be like vastly majority positives. It's going to be mostly positive. So it's not that big a deal, I think. Although it does feel like a big deal when it's happening.
For sure, yeah. And there is also a point about how it connects to the integrity and the perceived integrity as well of your overall set of positions. I think of some of the guys in RV server arguing quite vociferously against the view that a vegan diet can reverse heart disease, right? And that's an example of something where you might say, well, I'm not really expecting these guys to be burning a lot of energy arguing against this. But I suppose the sort of second order effect of that it does kind of increase my credence in other things that they're saying, because I have a clear example of something where if they were going to mislead about something, this would be the type of thing that it would, and they haven't. So, yeah.
So I got mildly distracted for a second because I was just sharing our conversation for people. But
oh, no worries.
I mean, if I caught that, were you saying that basically you found that there's the vegans in the server who are against like the standard vegan kind of myth or like overstated claim that it's not clear we have evidence for that veganism reduces heart disease, and running into that is like initially a bit off-putting if you've been thinking that's true or seeing a lot of people who say it. But then when you realize, wait, like, hey, they're actually all vegan and they all care about the same things, and they just actually care about the truth and they're not ideologues, that's actually kind of like reaffirming and actually feels good. Or did
Yeah,
I
and
miss part of
pretty much, yeah, and that it increases my confidence in other things that those people might have to say, because I have a clear
yes.
example of something where I think they could have gone along with a convenient myth in this case, and
Right.
they didn't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with all that. I'm just going to refill my Kool-Aid setup here, so I'll be back in just a second. We can get into the veganuary thing if you want. Okay, one sec, I'll be back.
No worries. Sounds good. Yeah, I think Ask Yourself's going to tend to disagree with my position on the veganuary stuff, because it's a very deontological. It's a deontological sin. Surprised that he hasn't heard about that at all, but we'll get anyone's reaction to the FarmKind discourse. Hey London, nice to see you. Hey Oggy, yeah, I have read Peter Singer. I've read his Effective Altruism book, which I guess is very applied. Oh, nice vegan stem. You know, I saw Peter Singer talk at University of Edinburgh last year, and it was quite something. I feel it was a packed out lecture theatre. It was really a cool lecture, very like subtle in how wise he was, in a good way. It was very. There's stuff about the history of the movement. This is where I picked up that point about animal rights used to be a right-wing issue that I mentioned the other day, and that lefties would say animal rights is distracting from worker rights and stuff like this. But yeah, it was a really, really cool lecture. And you hate to say it, but it's pretty old, right? So I had the sense of like my time to see this guy give a lecture might be limited.
I have returned.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, so I'm surprised that you haven't heard about or haven't seen much about the Forget Veganuary campaign.
I saw someone sharing a thing about it, but I didn't actually explore what exactly it is.
Yeah, well, so one of the issues around it is that a lot of the headlines are not telling the full story. But essentially, there's this organization called FarmKind, and their theory of change for helping animals, they're an animal charity, is to generate more resources for the movement and generate, counterfactual donations that the movement can use. And their particular campaign that they have just launched, like a week ago, is called Forget Veganuary. And they had this website, forgetveganuary.com. And the whole idea is that they are pitching donations over diet change. And they're saying basically like some very explicit kind of moral licensing that you can carry on eating meat, and if you're donating enough to these animal charities, you can essentially offset that and be, helping more animals than if you were being vegan. And, much discourse has ensued.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty toxic way for them to be approaching things. Like, yeah, it's true in a utilitarian sense that you can do more good by doing something else, but I don't think you want to target a moral obligation and say, fuck the moral obligation. Like, I would never say, like, imagine a campaign that was like, forget not raping children. You'd be like, wait, okay, no, sorry. If you think that you can help more children by donating to like anti-child trafficking charities, than you'd be able to do by not raping them, then like that's a fair thing to observe. And if it's reasonably easy to donate, then please do donate. But you don't want to actually fire a shot at the idea of not raping children. That's fucking completely insane. Where do you sit on this?
Well, to stay away from the spicier hypotheticals, it came down to, I just finished up a 2-hour debate on this. and it comes down to the idea, and it is very like utilitarian brained as well, which sue me, I guess. It came down to for me, the empirical point of whether doing this kind of approach can generate enough counterfactual resources that it prevents so much suffering or offsets so many rights violations that wouldn't have been able to be done otherwise. And if it does generate enough, then it is worth it, even though there is some. They're doing this whole thing, right? They're teamed up with these competitive eaters, and they're going to eat only meat for a whole day. They're doing these ridiculous, like, eat a whole goat challenge and all this kind of stuff, which Patrick, the guy I was debating, and shares the opinion of many vegans, I'm sure, that like this is not the way to do things. And yeah, I'm taking the view that it could be, if it in fact enables us to get resources from a much larger group of people who are very unlikely to go vegan in any case and are very unlikely to donate otherwise, then there could be some sacrifice worth making in that direction. There's a lot of uncertainty about how the empirics are going to play out, like how much donations the campaign will in fact generate, and how much the messaging of the campaign will in fact hurt veganuary or hurt veganism more broadly. But I thought that you would have the more deontologic approach of saying there's got to be a pretty high bar to say that this endorsing the animal consumption is okay.
Yeah, I mean, imagine like some kind of event where they just fucking plow a child. Like you just
All right, well,
some guys just fucking the shit out of a child.
Probably
And
not safe for
like,
YouTube.
Oh, well, yeah, sorry. I mean, like we would all obviously just look at that and be like, okay, look, like there are like maybe somehow this generates more utility. Okay. But this is just not an okay way to do things. Like you can you can find there's a million ways you can campaign for something, and if you think that the current way something is happening is not high enough utility, then come up with something else. But I don't see any reason to think that the thing that you need to go for to maximize utility is one that fires shots at or gives the idea that that it's morally acceptable to do something insane like that. So no, I mean, I think it's completely disgusting. I think that, like, I mean, what are we trying to resolve? Are we trying to answer the question of is it the right thing to do? Are we trying to answer the question of is it the optimal thing to do? I'll tell you what I would like to see done. Are we trying to talk about what we'd like to see done? I'd like to see any kind of thing that maximizes utility for animals that doesn't also tell people that it's fine to commit a fucking holocaust against animals or to pointlessly torture them. Like, this seems very obvious that you can just get the goods without also randomly having this disgusting attitude. And I wonder about the psychology of people who are doing this kind of stuff. I wonder if it's just a bunch of disgusting fucking carnous scumbags who just want some way to feel justified in continuing their shit via some kind of cringe offsetting argument, and this is all just some way to justify this. Like, is this actually something that vegans are running, or is it being run by Holocaust supporters?
Yeah, so this is a really interesting part of it. As far as I believe that everyone involved with the campaign are themselves vegans, and they
Weird.
but they, well, I mean, it's a super sincere theory of change that they have, where they're going to basically say there's some just sacrifice entailed here, right? Where they're making a bet that they can generate enough resources that they can help so many animals that it is worth making the sacrifice of the one, and it's like, or not of the one, but some number. And it's like a big trolley problem where like there's all these resources that you can use to help animals, but you have to kind of drive over some number of them in order to get to those resources.
Do you feel the same way about a campaign to end child rape where they're like raping children?
Well, so yeah, again, I'm trying to keep it not too, trying to keep it PG, but I would bite the bullet on analogous.
We need a real example. Like, I mean, what? Like, I don't want to use some bullshit fake example. What's wrong with that?
Well, farming.
I think you should just consider streams with me like a financial write-off, basically, because I'm not gonna talk like some little bitch on this thing. Like,
yeah.
Can I just please talk like a grown adult here?
Well, I have a lot of people from my professional network watching, and I'm also like streaming on YouTube, so try not to get kicked off that. But we can say farming humans, you know.
I don't feel comfortable. We'd have to like move to another topic then, because I'm not gonna censor myself. So if you want to talk about this, I'm gonna talk like an actual adult about it. So if you want to talk in a way where I have to speak sort of like a baby, let's just go to some other topic.
All right, well, perhaps
that's the compromise I'll make.
Yeah. Well, perhaps that's for the best. I'm sure there's plenty of other things that we could talk about anyway. Yeah, I prefer not to get down the road of doing very spicy hypos and all things like that. I mean, I will say like on an analogous case of human farming, but yeah, we don't need to.
But if you answer it, I'm going to go back to make the point.
Yeah. I got you.
Well,
so I won't.
You don't want me to say certain things. You change the topic.
I hear you. All right. Well, we'd better do that then. Hey, we'd better do that.
Yeah, I'm not cucking to the YouTube rules.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right, well, good. Let me bring out some other. And by the way, you know, I sort of thought that we would disagree on this point, and that, you know, I think a lot of it comes down to a utilitarian outlook, which is not particularly fashionable in some circles. Anyway, I will resist.
Well,
saying
no,
much more
but
about
I mean, well, like it's not clear that we do disagree. That's why I'm asking you, if there was a parallel event where they're raping a child, would you think, would you look at that situation and would you want that to be the way that they campaign, or would you prefer that they do it in a way where they're not raping children?
Well, we don't. I won't go down that one. We could do another one, but I think it's best if we move on. Hey.
Okay.
All right. Well, why don't you tell me about what you're working on developing? You're back doing Ask Yourself stuff. Is that making videos, doing your platform? What's going on there?
Well, I've been on a little side tangent, just fixing up some stuff with my computer and my configuration over the last like 2 weeks or so. But yeah, pretty much in the same position as I told you last time. I don't think there's been a whole lot of change because I've been working on, again, sort of just stuff to do with my computer. But yeah, finishing building out the foundation, which really is just like getting a really good bot so the Discord is well managed. Like there's a ton of stuff that I want to add to that just to make the Discord a really fucking great place. And I want to get the basic front end built out, which it's like done. I just have to do a little bit of kind of plumbing. And then that way I can get money through that, and I can have a thing that I can publish onto and stuff. And once I have that foundation stuff done, it's just going to be really focusing on the debate course. That's going to be the big focus. Then after that, I have a whole backlog. I want to make like an NTT course. I want to do some other stuff. Yeah.
Nice. And which part of this is monetizable?
Well, I mean, the whole thing, basically. So the way that I think I'm going to do it is I think that I'm going to have membership, and I don't know exactly what it'll be. It might be like $10 a month or something like that. And if you are a member, then you're going to just have access to all the Ask Yourself stuff. So like all the content, the things like the course, any kind of apps that I make, like if I have like the linearizer, the truth table stuff, NTT app, whatever I build, you get access to all the content. If I have a knowledge graph, if I have videos, all that shit. Probably also some stuff in the Discord. I think I'm probably going to stop hanging out in the general in Discord and just hang out in the patron area. And some of the specialty channels. And so all of that basically, and whatever I produce going forward, it's going to build this bigger and bigger and bigger value proposition that's all going to be behind the same paywall. So that's kind of the idea that I have for monetization. And I mean, I don't know how well it'll work. I'm really not sure. I wanted to do a thing where I just make it optional and just give everything away for free, and then just say like, and you can be a member for like $5 a month or something like that. But I've really lost faith in humanity. I just think you get this free rider problem kind of
Mm.
thing. And I mean, I just I feel like I'm a free rider. There's various things I free ride on. So
Right.
and I just think it's just how people are, and I think I need to be a bit more pragmatic, and instead of just being kind of idealistic and being like, oh, just like give away the thing because you want everyone to have it, just be like, nope, put a paywall there and make people pay so you don't get annihilated by free riders. So yeah, I think that's the idea. And I mean, it could theoretically be quite lucrative. Like, say it's $10 a month. Right now I have what, like 22,000 people on YouTube or something like that. I mean, presumably some of those people don't have accounts anymore, don't really follow. I don't know, but let's just look at that number. If 1% of those people became members, what would that be? So 10% is what,
Be 220.
2,000? And then 1% is 200.
That's right. Yeah.
So times 10, that's $2,000 a month. That's like enough to live off
Yeah.
of. So that's if 1% of people were to become members. And there'll be tiers. You could be, I'll find some way to do it so there's also higher tiers. So people who are well off, like if you have someone who's got so much money that to them giving away $100 is the equivalent of me giving away a fucking penny. I want some way for that person to be able to give more money. So
Yeah.
I'll make some tiers or something, but it seems like at least in theory it could generate good money. Like, I mean, the idea of like 200 people who are subscribed, that doesn't seem that crazy. Frankly, the idea of building up to like 1,000 people who are subscribed doesn't seem that crazy. And that would be like, I think I'd be making like 6 figures or something at that point. So it at least, right, what does that do? 1,000 times 10 is 10,000 times 12 for 12 months in a year is like $120,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, it could scale up and give good money. Or it could be that I just build some autistic thing and like 10 people use it. So like I really don't know, but I know that I want to build it regardless. And financially, I have a whole different kind of trajectory for just being able to get stable income that doesn't really rely on the ask yourself stuff that I'm going to go down. So I don't need to think about it purely from a financial point of view, but it's financially, it seems like it could actually turn out possibly well. So
Absolutely.
I'm gonna hope for that.
Yeah, I think so. It seems to me like you ought to be able to monetize pretty heavily your, internet presence and follower base and everything like that. It's interesting what you say about like a departure from an idealistic view where you kind of want to be able to give your message to free for everyone and so on. I think there is a trade-off ultimately where presumably paywalling something does drop its traffic like quite considerably, I imagine, right? There's maybe 1% of people willing to get out the card details. But I mean, at some point the trade-off becomes I have to be able to afford to live while I am making this thing. And so if the options are, put it out for free, but actually not have enough to be able to live while I'm making it, and therefore putting out nothing for free, right, versus putting out something behind a paywall and actually being able to sustain yourself to make it or to make it better than you could have done otherwise. Yeah, at some point that has to be. I mean, living costs money. Living continues to cost money, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, there's like this is all true. There's trade-offs. Like if you put a paywall there, there's less eyes on it because there's now less people who are going to pay, obviously, so less people will make their way to the content. You can mitigate against that by like doing things like using YouTube and these other things as funnels where you put part of your content on there. So you're still getting lots of eyes on stuff there, but like to get the secret sauce, to get the like full thing, you kind of have to go through the site. So there's ways to mitigate against the way that it damages reach, I think. There's also kind of moral concerns that I have. Like, I mean, I don't know that's the right way to put it. I don't think there's anything immoral about monetizing content, but so maybe that's not the right way to frame it, but it's just I would ideally like to be able to give it away for free.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I had if I were like a fucking multi-millionaire or something like that, um well, I don't know exactly where the threshold is, but there's obviously some threshold where I would just be like, why the fuck am I charging for this at all? I mean, I guess maybe it's always worth charging, like, and just lowering it a lot, or I don't know exactly, but I definitely feel some level of like something seems a little bad in some ways about charging, like less eyes on it, certain things that I really just kind of want everyone to get access to, but that now are behind a paywall. But maybe that can be mitigated against also. Maybe the things that feel really important to get out to everybody, there I could make those available. But even then, see, right now I'm just these are the kind of things I have like this like discussion I have with myself in my own head. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
not totally resolved here. But like even then, I mean, one of the things I really want people to have will be this debate thing I'm making, but it's so much effort and it's like it's just too crazy to give that away free. And then also well, at least to give it away for free when I like don't have income. Like it's just completely like it's not even I guess it's weird. I sort of start thinking about an idealized situation, whether I would charge in that kind of case, and I guess I'm not totally resolved on that. But especially when I consider the real world situation, it's like there's just no way. Like I don't people will treat you like you're just some passive thing out there doing free shit for them and they'll just free
100%.
ride off you. And that's just I don't know, in a way, like sorry that my thoughts are mixed here. Like in a way that's kind of okay because like this is something I would do anyway.
Yeah.
But in another way it's not because like ideally I would like to be able to get sufficient income to live from doing this stuff. Cuz then the other stuff becomes the optional stuff. Um so yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit unsettled on the whole thing, but I've definitely what I know at this point is that paywall will be there. So I'm not settled on everything, but I am settled on this shit's going behind a paywall and people have to pay. There are also upsides. Like obviously one upside is like actually getting paid for your work instead of being treated like an infinite slave. Another is that I think you're gonna cut down the amount of trolls and just human garbage who are watching your stuff. I think you're gonna select more for an audience who are genuinely invested in what you're doing. Um, yeah, I don't know. There's probably other things, but yeah, it's a big ton of trade-offs. I don't know how I feel about everything, but I do know that at least immediately a paywall is definitely going to be the approach that I take.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It is interesting, isn't it, thinking about charging for these things. Well, things which you feel I really enjoy doing this and I would just do this for free if life was free and if I was able to sustain myself infinitely that way. And B, especially when it's like, I'm hoping that some moral good will come out of this. People are going to be more able to convince people to go vegan or whatever it is. But I'm going to stick it behind a paywall. I can see how that's kind of conflicting. I mean, I've thought of this before. Honestly, this is kind of the case in my own business, which I started with very much this mindset and still have this mindset really to a large extent of like, I kind of would do this for free if I could afford to. And I'm very invested in the good that the business is doing and I want to be able to do more of that. And I don't want to be in a position of like turning down projects which I think could have done a lot of good because they couldn't afford to pay me enough and stuff like this.
Right.
It gets to be quite uncomfortable. I've thought this even before with like sponsoring someone to run a marathon, say, right? Your friend says, "Oh, I'm going to run a marathon." Let's say they're going to give to a vegan charity or just, you know, whatever charity that would be a good thing. And you're going to sponsor them to run the marathon and finish the marathon. if they fail to finish the marathon, are you going to not pay the charity? It's a little bit weird having the payments contingent in that way. But I will say this, like my experience with the business, so my company does research for animal charities. And so we are in a position sometimes of saying, like, we are going to not do research for this charity because they can't afford to give us enough money for it. And that sounds kind of shitty when you say it like that. But largely my experience in, the professional world has been one of, people totally get that living costs money. We've all got to eat, that you need to make a salary. You can't give away all of your time for free and so on. And I actually more often find myself in a situation where our charity clients are saying, are you sure you've charged us enough here? Which I always take as a great compliment because I think that must mean we're very good value. But yeah, it is very fraught when you introduce, financial incentives into areas where we might wish there weren't.
Yeah, I mean, I just, all of that sounds right to me. I would like to do it for free because
Yeah.
it is a thing that I would do anyway. But yeah, it's just that it's literally not feasible. So I don't even know how much value there is in thinking about what I would do if money weren't an object. I mean, unless I somehow make a shitload of money out of like nowhere, then money will be an object for the foreseeable future. So,
well, honestly, it
may as
sounds
well
pretty
just-
scalable what you're talking about with like monetized tiers connected to your internet presence. That is what a lot of people do and make a good living out of, right? I mean, I think,
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, well, I mean, because I've thought a lot about, like, really, I have this engineering mindset, and it's from starting software engineering. Like, I mean, I think of philosophy largely like conceptual engineering. It's like engineering in the concept space, and then software engineering is engineering in the virtual space. And then, I mean, part of the stuff I really want to learn, I want to learn about more physical kinds of engineering. That's a whole thing. I won't get into that right now. But the engineering mindset is like just one of the absolute most valuable mindsets I've ever had, and or learned. And it's kind of, I don't know exactly how to articulate it, but just like look at the outcomes you want and just think about how to actually build a system that gives them to you. Like it's funny because it sounds basic, but like very few people seem to really inhabit or use, or I don't know, it's not common to really apply that thinking really effectively and globally in your life. But yeah, I mean, when I think about monetization systems, like that's just an engineering problem. Like you can build out some way, like there's no need to buy into these existing systems. You can create some kind of model, put what you need in places where you get money for it. You can get money in different ways. You can set up like pay as you go stuff. You can set up tiers. You can, there's a whole ton of different stuff you can do. You can give away different kinds of benefits and things based on how much someone's paying. And there's other things that are also just engineering problems, like criticism. I mean, I look at some people, sorry, that's my alarm. I look at some people like Earthling Ed, and I once tried to make him aware of some issues with some stuff he was saying, and it was like this impossible, like how the fuck do you get through to this guy? And then it's like, well, fuck this. I think I might have sent an email or something, and you got some like team to deal with. I don't remember exactly.
yeah, I remember saying, yeah.
But I mean, sorry.
Yeah, I remember you saying you've got his assistant or something on email, didn't you? Yeah.
I forget exactly what happened, but the overall thing was it just made me think this is just poorly engineered. Like you can engineer a criticism system, like use something like Discord, for instance, build out a bot. You can build out certain kind of channels. You can have buttons. People can click the button based on the kind of criticism they have, or based on whether it's like to make you aware of content, or who knows exactly. But you can engineer a system like this, and then there's all these things about how to do engineering and how to make these things work well. And when you have something, once it's been expressed in code, though software engineering is just a kind of engineering, Well, then you can notice what its properties are like. You can notice, like, okay, how does it work? What does it do well? What does it do poorly? Am I happy with the format things are coming in? Do people find it easy to engage with? And you notice all the pain points, and then you iterate and you make the next version that better optimizes for the goal you have. So instead of just defaulting into some shitty, like, pre-constructed system that likely also skims off of you and is like in various ways limited, just engineer your own solution to these kind of problems and end up with something better that you can iterate on and just hone and hone and hone over time. The sooner you get into a position that you have something that you can be honing, well, the sooner it's getting honed and the sooner you get better with it. So yeah, I mean, I think all these things are just engineering problems and should be approached in that way, and that's how I intend to approach basically everything I'm doing.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. I read a book last year called Systemology, and it's about sort of systematizing a business in this case, but I guess this applies to a lot of areas where, yeah, the idea is that you want to get to a stage where you have, all of the procedures for doing certain things are a very common standard procedure, and there's some
Mm-hmm.
place where people can refer to and see, okay, well, this is where it's
Yep.
gone wrong, and so on. And I think that has, focusing on building the system that does the thing that you want is like a meta level up compared to just
Yeah.
doing the thing that you want, right? And then you got to kind of work it out each time.
Systems over effort, always
Yeah.
wins. I mean, it's so clear to me. And I see some people in the chat saying things like, paywall of any amount would probably cut out the majority of trolls. Oh, there's some dedicated trolls, but yeah, I mean, that would be a good thing. Repaywall, maybe some approach of having a minimum sub amount to cover life costs, and when hitting that, making it free for everyone would be a viable approach. I mean, look, again, I would like to give things away for free, but I also don't want to just be getting enough to live.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
I want to actually make decent money and have a decent quality of life. So, I mean, yeah, if I not really, that's not really the kind of thing that I want. No, like,
Yeah.
there's a point of wealth where I wouldn't care about making money from something anymore, but I want to, like, have a future and not be saving like just a few $100s a month and just like no.
Yeah.
And then paywall where money trickles up to previous members. I don't that one I'd have to think more about, but it sounds like it has the same problem as the other one. I mean, it sounds like does that somehow give me scale? It needs to be able to scale. It can't be something where the money always goes into someone else's hands once it's just over some threshold where I have the basic amount to not be literally on the street. Like,
Yeah. No.
I've just done so much fucking labor for free for so long that it's just kind of crazy.
Dude,
Like,
I think it's totally reasonable, and I kind of wish
I
people.
don't want to. Sorry, I don't want to mislead. I have gotten good money from Patreon when I was doing actually like a lot of content creation, and there's some people who've reliably patroned for a long time. Obviously, I'm not counting all that, but nonetheless, it's still like if you don't have enough to live, you don't have enough to live, and that is fucked. And if you're scraping by or just barely saving, this is also not the kind of thing. Like, I want something that actually I feels like a stable, good life trajectory, not something that feels like it's like on the verge of fucking some descent into chaos. Sorry, what were you saying, Chris?
Yeah, no, I think that's totally reasonable. I think a lot of people, and especially young people, I guess, it's almost like they have an intuition that like getting paid for something or asking to get paid for something is bad or disrespectful or proves that you're doing it for the wrong reasons or something like this. Like
Yeah.
life costs money, and you just
Yep.
you have like. I don't think that there's any shame in getting paid to do things and even getting paid well to do things. I don't think that makes it a bad thing. I don't think that you need some system where you're capping yourself at minimum wage or whatever. I mean, I think that the kind of system you're talking about is potentially very scalable, and some content creators make a lot of money, and I think it can just be at your discretion when nobody needs to be pocket watching you and saying, oh, you're over a certain amount now, right?
Yeah.
I think it can be at your discretion that you say, I feel comfortable with this, whatever that level is for you, and if you are so inclined, there's a lot of good animal charities that you could give any access to. But I would also think that would be a better use than like giving it back to the first Patreon members or something like that. Who, like, why would that be the solution?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. Yeah, like, and this has actually been a problem for me where I had to shift my mindset, because although I remember even initially setting up a Patreon, I had a lot of resistance to doing that. But yeah, I I don't know. I've always have felt this, like, it literally doesn't make sense. It's like my emotions are like not aligned with my logical thinking properly on this, but it feels like I don't want to ask people for money. It feels like I'm asking for money to just like have fun or something like that. But that's literally not the case. It's literally like it's so far from the case that it's actually hilarious. Like there's so many things to think about here that just make this all look totally insane. The like not getting money for what you do. Like firstly is just like the kind of stuff I'm actually doing. Like doing like right now, again, it's a lot of it is code right now, and right now I've been doing some stuff other than Ask Yourself, but the actual code producing like Nix, Haskell, Elm, like all this shit. This is like pretty complicated niche coding work that you would need to pay someone a lot to do if you were paying them to do a project for you. So it's not like fucking free whatever. Another thing is I literally don't have income. Like
Yeah.
aside from what amount I get from Patreon and some other stuff, which it's not like a whole lot. It's basically enough for like some groceries and maybe a tiny bit beyond groceries and like toiletries and stuff, right? Like it's I'm not making like a whole shitload from that, just a little bit right now. So that's another thing. It's like I don't have a ton of money coming in. Then it's work that's actually costs a lot of money. And even when it's not coding, the content creation is like, I put my fucking mind and my time into that. It's not like it's worth fucking nothing. That's like actual real work. And then you consider other things like I'm so used to being someone who doesn't have a lot of money that I think of other people like that and I forget that they're not in that situation. There's people in my audience, even. There's people, and some of whom are very friendly and have offered to help out at various points, which I appreciate, of course. But there are people who, for them, giving away $10,000 is the equivalent of me giving away a penny. Like that's how easy it is for them to do that. So it's also so easy to, when you're asking for money, feel like you're asking a bunch of people who are in your situation. And it's like, no, you're asking a ton of people, many of whom are in a situation where that's totally different. And in fact, a lot of people who have, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say a lot, I don't know the percentages, but there are people who have a lot of money who are actually good people and who actively want to find good things to put money into.
100%.
And you're not making yourself available if you're not asking for money, or if you only have one like fixed tier $10 kind of thing, like so there's just all these things that just make that picture of like it's bad to ask for money so obviously wrong. But yeah, I have not successfully fully shifted my emotional state, so I always default into the wrong kind of framing for whatever reason with that topic.
Yeah, I think it's super common. I can see people in my chat saying the same thing, like still kind of feel like you can't charge even when you're providing, like clearly providing services, clearly providing some value. Like it just, the thing is for most people, for most of your life, you're like in a job with a salary. Maybe at some stages you have some sort of salary negotiations, but it's probably pretty constrained within a band of like 10%. You know what your salary, right? So you don't really have to ever do asking for money, right? It's just kind of an expectation. I've got this job, shake your hand, here's my salary, right? You don't really have to contend with, oh, I sent a client an estimate and it was twice as much as they were expecting or something like that. But sometimes you do. And the good news about that is there's potential a lot of upside, because like you say, some people have got money, right? And yeah, an amount of money that you would feel bad for asking for, somebody else wouldn't even notice if it went missing from their bank account tomorrow, right?
Yep.
So that's one thing. One thing for me, it's almost like talking yourself into charging more on the basis of, on like some altruistic basis, or this is how I experience it anyway. The idea that if you're charging too little for the thing that you're doing, you're undercutting the other people who are trying to do the thing that you're doing.
That's a good point.
Right. So that's one frame.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that one. I appreciate that, actually. That's another good angle.
Yeah, yeah. And I found in my business, I started to feel comfortable sort of regularly charging more when I had staff that I had to pay and were expecting pay rises and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Kind of, I don't know, you feel a bit more comfortable going into that on somebody else's behalf somehow.
Yeah, and you shouldn't need to that. You shouldn't be, you shouldn't, it's obvious you shouldn't need that, but I do understand emotionally that's just how it works. Like I feel like a kicked dog or something. Like where I've been like trained into some fucking ridiculous way of thinking where now I'm just like scared of like people trying to pet me or something like that. Like it's like let me just think about how to say this. It's like, okay, one thing is just, I imagine how I would react to someone else coming to me and saying the things I'm saying. Like, even in this conversation, I feel like the level to which I am going in my own head to justify just wanting to make some basic money from a thing I'm doing is insane. And I would look at someone who says that like a kicked dog. I'd be like, you don't need to feel like this. Like, it's like you obviously have just been chewed up and spat out and abused by some horrible system that doesn't give a fuck about you. And on some level, at least some part of your psychology got broken from it. Like, I would literally, if someone else came to me, I've had this I guess I won't name people by name, but I've had this conversation with some other people who are doing genuinely valuable work, who are, they feel bad asking for money, and I always end up saying to them, like, dude, like, the fact that you even feel remotely like this is a question is so deeply disgusting. Of course what you're doing is valuable. Who else would even do exactly what you're doing? You have like a unique and useful voice. You have specific things. You've put in amounts of time that are totally fucking insane into this. And you are like, for some reason, incapable of shifting into a mindset where maybe it's okay to like deserve a little fucking something for that. Like, it just, so if someone else came to me talking the way that I talk, I would look at them like they had been mentally uh destroyed by some fucking insane system, and I would try to remind them of like why they fucking have value as like a human being, and why what they're doing is meaningful. It wouldn't even be a question whether they should ask. Like, of course they can ask for fucking some basic amount of money for what they're doing. Obviously, I would be more concerned with like, look at what their psychology is. Like, what the fuck has happened to this person? So yeah, I mean, like, not to exaggerate it, I'm a pretty happy person as long as I'm left to my devices and can work on my stuff. I don't feel some like deep fucking sadness constantly or something like that. But yeah, this particular part of how I think is obviously just totally fucked. Like, I get it logically, but emotionally it's like not aligned. I mean, I'm sure probably it will be in time, but yeah, it's like, you really, when you're in the bottom rung of society, you really get fucking broken. And this is why we need a communist revolution. No, just kidding about the last part.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's definitely a bit of, someone in my chat said self-worth, where it's, you got to believe in yourself, and it's a reflection of being confident that you can provide value and stuff like this. Is like,
I do, sorry to cut in, I do have to say one thing though, which is I do have self-worth, and in most contexts I feel emotionally my self-worth. And in this context, I do logically understand my self-worth to a point that the actual path I'm moving down is one that's reflective of that.
Yeah.
But there is a emotional level in this particular context, gut kind of starting position, reaction kind of thing, that is not coming from a place of feeling that. So I just want to clarify that. I'm not a generally lacking self-worth like person. Yeah.
No, I got you. Yeah, and I feel the same way, honestly. I'm like, I don't feel like an unconfident person or anything like that. But you're right. When there's a financial question, it just becomes very fraught. I will say, I think most people do have this to some extent and are just like uncomfortable. We're going to split the bill. How much is my part? Like, it's already a little bit uncomfortable, and I wish we could just not be talking about money. Do you know what I mean?
Of course.
And so I think that's probably for the best in most people's kind of life setup, that they are just getting the standard salary and don't necessarily have to think about that much. I wonder if it might be worth somebody in your position to have almost like a manager or I know you have some kind of system that you're imagining doing for it now, but like if somebody else was in charge of setting your price and they got a percentage, so they were incentivized to sort of maximize the income. It might just be something that's worth delegating the negotiations. I don't. Are there some managers for content creators? I suppose that is a thing.
I don't know that I want to go down that road. I like the thought of kind of somehow externalizing it and then making it just like manage itself and somehow incentivizing someone in the right way, like just kind of game theorying it. But I don't like the thought of paying them because I don't have the money to pay them. And I also don't like the thought of not myself building the right kind of mindset. Like I get it logically. It's just like I was talking about with debate. Like if you feel anxious or have thoughts about, oh, I'm going to get wrecked, like the right thing to do is just to find the correct thought, which I do think I have the correct thought generally about this, and then to ingrain the correct thought. This is just one where it's weird because it's not like a debate where like you're getting a chance to ingrain the right thing every time you have a conversation, and then pretty quickly you realize you've corrected the emotional thing. So it's like I don't know, maybe there's less like exposure and chances for correction, so it like takes longer. But I still view it the same way, where I would rather over time just work my emotional state into alignment with my logical understanding than sort of like offset it, put it on someone else, and then not resolve it internally.
That's fair. Yeah, and I
do appreciate the tip. I can understand that. It's not a bad suggestion. I don't think it's the optimal one for me.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think there is something to be said for what you're saying about basically capacity building. Like in the long term, you want to actually be able to manage that for yourself. It's a dangerous game to employ someone and their job is to be much better at negotiating than you are, because their 10% fee can turn into 60% pretty quickly, probably.
You turn it, sorry, so you turn what? Say again?
Well, I said if you're employing somebody because they're so much better at negotiating than you are, their 10% slice might turn into 60% pretty quickly, hey?
yeah, right. That's funny. Yeah, they just negotiate you and then suddenly...
Exactly,
Yeah, so, I don't know. I mean, I'm just... Where I'm at is, like, I have these kind of two paths. Like, I have a... Like, I will never fit in as a cog in the system. It's psychologically just not going to happen for me. I could go into sort of speculation about why I'm like that, or talk about the kind of things that seem to happen when I put myself in those situations, but it's just like totally infeasible. And it is definitely to a point that I would sooner like commit suicide than do that kind of thing. Like I could never be like a 9 to 5, like I could tolerate it for some amount of time to get to a given destination. The idea of spending like any significant chunk of my life like that is just no. So there's really these like, and I've been in, this is like part of why I didn't continue with grad school. It felt immediately like I was on this trajectory to just infinite monotony or something. And I was like, okay, I'm like kind of passionate about it, but like not really. And it just feels like an endless, like, no, this is not the right thing. So there's these like two paths basically for me now, where like, there's one like so okay, I basically know that what I need is self-sustenance, like at the level of like you know, like basically all around. I want to, you know, do things like generate my own energy. I want to, you know, have property, these kind of things. I don't want to be there's a whole ton of stuff that could be talked about there, but I don't want to be in the infinite getting extracted by a landlord, infinite working some job where some capitalist makes a shit ton of money off me. I'm not actually a Marxist for the record, but I relate to some of these things. So I think some of the
Hmm.
concepts are right. I think alienation is a really true concept. I think, you know, there's some legitimate basis to be annoyed with these systems where you have these people who are in positions where they can infinitely make a shit ton of money off of you, and you're constantly putting in the labor and they're just kind of coasting there. I feel some of that stuff. So, you know, I need to somehow get to a place where I am basically self-sustained. Even things like food production, I would like to largely do that on my own. So I see a trajectory there without even counting any of the ask yourself stuff. And that trajectory is very like tangible. And that's kind of the road that I'm moving down. And then the ask yourself stuff is this other thing, which is this passion project that I've had for a long time and that I'll certainly always continue to do. Um, but that I'd like to find a way to generate good money off of, because then it makes everything else easier and I can then put a bigger fraction of my time into it and just do cooler things with it and everything. So yeah, for me it's really like end goal is some kind of self-sufficiency, and I'm moving that way regardless, and ask yourself is a kind of parallel thing I'm doing with it. And if I can get ask yourself into a state where it's generating a good bit of money, then everything just becomes easier and better. And so I'm sort of hoping for that to work out well. It doesn't
Yeah.
seem infeasible. The like that, you know, the monetization model roughly and what I'm trying to do. So, you know,
Yeah.
I'll just have to see.
Did you ever stream? Not so much, huh? Just making videos.
No, and I probably will do some streaming in the future, but it's really because for me, I have this whole thing where like everything I do has to be something that I'm passionate about. Like
Hmm.
that's not literally true. Like I'm not passionate about brushing my teeth. I just want to have good, you know, oral
Hmm.
hygiene, so I brush my teeth. Um, I try to make the experience less boring by watching something when I do it. But the point is I really approach like all of life like this, where I want to be spending my time doing things that for the most part, at least, like the vast majority of what I'm doing, aside from like basic like things that are required for like bodily maintenance or
Hmm.
health or stuff like that, which even those I try to kind of augment in a way so I'm like learning while I'm doing them or something like this. um I want to be things that I actually care about, because I notice it just gradually obliterates my psychology if I let too much of stuff I don't care about build up. Like I don't know if you've ever seen the Ikigai diagram. Have you ever seen that? I might be saying it wrong too. I don't speak Japanese.
I don't think so. Oh, yeah, I know. Where it's like meaningful work and give pride to something.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's like the four overlapping circles, and it's like something that makes money, something you're good at, something the world needs, and something that's like morally meaningful. I forget exactly, but just picture that diagram having like an 80x weighting on something that I'm passionate about, and that's like the kind of psychology that I have. So I really like that's how I approach my life. And streaming, I do actually think I'll probably do some streaming in the future because I see a purpose to it in the future. But right now, it's not something that I care to do. There's nothing I'm passionate about and want to stream about really currently. Like I do some little conversations, stuff like this. But in the future, that will be a bit different because I'm going to build up like one like this is like way past like version 1 of the site. This is like after I've built more and more stuff's happening. You know, I'll eventually build a kind of streaming area into the site, and then I'll be able to do my own stream, and I'll have donations, and they can automate various things in the Discord or even automate things in the house if I want to. It could be kind of cool.
Mm.
It seems fun, and I can tell already when I think about that, that gets me interested and seems like fun, and it not like I'm just doing for money or something like that. And there's things that I'm would be doing with my time regardless. Like I mean, there's going to be, if it gets to a point, for instance, that my inbox is building up with tons of questions and it's getting a bit ridiculous to answer them, it could make a lot more sense to just like on Sundays, just do an hour long fucking AMA thing where I just go over all those questions and just
Yeah.
answer them verbally. Or, you know, if I'm doing a ton of programming that's not like security sensitive, I can just stream that programming. So there's a lot of things that I could just, where streaming would just augment the experience, where it's like,
Yes.
okay, now I just can also make a bit of money from it, but also there's a bunch of people, some of whom are pretty awesome,
Yeah.
who are like commenting and saying things and sometimes even giving useful input or telling me better
100%.
ways to
Yeah.
do things. So that I'm interested in, but I'm not interested in just starting up a regular stream where I just it's just some new thing I have to maintain. Like it's a thing that I think will eventually happen when there's some other infrastructure and stuff in place and other stuff happening.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that feels like you know, big opportunity. I do think that you could just be streaming, doing the stuff that you would have been doing on your computer anyways, and like vaguely talking to chat, and yeah, you're probably getting some useful input and stuff like that. I mostly on my streams I'm just reading stuff, most of which is stuff that I've been like, I really ought to get around to reading this anyway, right? So then it just becomes, yeah, like you said, an augmented version of that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's kind of how I feel about it. Like it feels like if I did it right now, like firstly, I'm doing so much of this programming that is security sensitive that I can't really share that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I also don't have a good kind of like setup for it right now, so I'd have to invest like time into that. And then it would also be like yeah, a lot of the stuff I'm doing has me like shifting between systems and doing networking. It's just it doesn't lend itself to it, and it would just be a kind of obnoxious like burden that I'd have to maintain, and that I probably would not end up maintaining. So
Mm.
it's not right now, but yeah, I do think that in the future there will be at least some streaming, whether it'll just be a monthly or weekly like AMA kind of like cleaning up the inbox sort of thing,
Yeah.
or if there's a lot of people around, or things I'm already doing, I might stream again coding or maybe just playing games. Just I don't really play many games, but I do sometimes play a little bit. If Apex ever comes back, maybe I'll stream some of that. But yeah, for it to ever grow into something that I would spend like a lot of time doing, it would need to be that the little bit that I'm planning to do anyway turns out being fun, and it turns out that there's some reasonable amount of people or growing amount of people who are actually interested in that. So it's kind of like some amount of it is inevitable because it makes a lot of sense and excites me to do a little bit. But then it ever scaling up to being like a large portion of where my energy is going for Ask Yourself related stuff, that's more contingent on sort of how it's received, I guess, and how I feel about it when I'm doing a bit of it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Um, yeah. You mentioned automating a lot of things. I have just started doing this in a way that I'm very enthusiastic about on business, Google Business or Google Workspace, I guess it's called. They've recently come out with AI automations where you can basically just type in plain language what you want to happen, and Gemini, which is the Google AI, will work out the rest essentially. So I've got a ton of trigger events now. I'll get like a briefing in my chat half an hour before meetings. I get replies to all of my emails automatically drafted to like a better standard than I could hope to do in most cases.
Right.
So all of that stuff's really good. And another good thing I found AI use case that touches on what we've been talking about is as like a strategic sounding board, almost like a business consultant, or speak to ChatGPT about how much you should be charging for your stuff, right? That honestly, they'll kind of talk you up and give you a realistic.
That was part of how I realized the value of the coding I was doing. I was like, wait, if I was paid for this, I would be making like easily 6 figures.
Yeah.
If I was getting money for the coding work I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. So I found that really useful. There's a guy on my team who is very much into AI and encouraging us to, push the limits of using AI for all these kind of things. And he's just been super proactive in making the AI strategy consultant and the AI ops consultant. You know, I had my big document with all my systems that no one reads because it's a big lumbering Google Doc. But now we've got a chatbot that you can go and ask, like, you know,
Yeah,
how do I set up a new
right.
invoice or something, and it'll give you the links you need.
Yeah, there's some ways that AI can be used that are not great. There's stuff that's not good about AI, but leveraging it in the context where it works, which by the way is just going to be an ever expanding set of contexts, and
Mm-hmm.
to a ever greater degree in any of those given contexts, is worth doing. Like, I mean, I use AI a lot for coding. I don't vibe code, which is basically where you aren't even looking at the code output. You're
Mm-hmm.
just talking to the AI and it's producing code for you, because that will work at a small scale. But again, these things are all contingent on the power of the AI. In the future, that you'll be able to vibe code something better than you'd be able to code. But I do find that it massively speeds up my coding. So
Yeah.
I'll produce quite a lot of code by telling the AI to do something, and then I end up going line by line quite carefully through that code to go, okay, they're doing that kind of weird. We need to tune that up, like, you know, cut this thing out. So it does save me a lot of time
Mm-hmm.
because it kind of blurts out a whole bunch of shit that I can then comb through and get into better shape, and sometimes replace entirely when it's just like, okay, what the fuck was he trying to do here?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that's more efficient by a good bit than just literally doing all the coding by hand. Um, and yeah, there's various AI systems. Again, this is like, I don't know. I have a whole ton of thoughts about this. I haven't talked a whole lot about all the things I want to do with AI, but there are various AI related things that I'll set up. Like, one, and these things are money contingent also. I need to actually have money. But say that I, for whatever reason, end up with some money. Here's a few things. One is I'd like to go multilingual. So, for instance, with the
Mm.
Discord, I could easily make parallel Discords, like a French Discord,
Mm-hmm.
you know, whatever, target some key languages, because there's a
Pregúntale.
lot of people who, pardon me.
Let's ask yourself in Spanish. Pregúntale.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, so there's a lot of languages that could be targeted there, and you know, it seems like the English vegan space is like where the most philosophical work has happened. I might be wrong about that, but it seems like the other kind of spaces come to the English space and take the info from there. At least the other big space I'm aware of, like, there's a big kind of Indian space for sure.
Mm.
And there's some others, but yeah, a lot of them seem to. It seems like the English space is kind of the hub. Maybe that's just because English is the kind of like global language, and like a lot of shit happens in it. What, I don't know. Anyway, point is, I don't see why we couldn't make it more accessible for other languages, and I'd really like to do that. So
Great idea.
with AI, this would be pretty simple given I have the money. Like, I would just spin up a ton of parallel AI servers, mirror all the channels, and then the messages that come through. I mean, you have to do some, like, maybe some rate limiting and some stuff to avoid getting trolled into spending a ton of money on
Mm-hmm.
translation. But you know, the broad strokes though, you just, for all the messages, you feed it into something like DeepL, like use the DeepL API, and then just have it generate the translations of that message, and then use like a webhook or something to post, so it looks like the same user posted the same message across all the other servers in all the associated languages. And then, you know, the website, a lot of that could be
Mm.
done. AI voice stuff is, I'm not sure really at where I'd want to, so I don't think it's quite at a level right now. I might be wrong. Maybe Sophia or someone will correct me, but I don't think it's currently at a level where I could just like basically feed my videos to it and get like nice, really authentic sounding, like listenable audio across different languages with really good translation. So that part might need to be done manually, and that might limit the amount of languages. Like, I could do the French, and I know there's some people who do like Aputa might do the Hindi or something. So there's stuff like
Mm.
that. And another AI thing, there's various uses I could put it to in the Discord. Like, I could do some level of moderation through the AI, for instance. I could have it like, you know, periodically, or maybe like every 20 messages, the bot would like talk to the AI, ask if there's a theme, give it all the themes of the channels, and ask if there's any ongoing theme here that aligns with the channel, and if so, you know, redirect that conversation to the appropriate channel. There's like a handful of other things. There's a ton of cool things that AI could help, like, I mean, stuff like what you're talking about, good, basically train an AI on all of the documentation. Once my knowledge graph gets big and has all the vegan stuff, all the NTT stuff, all the debate stuff, train an AI on that, then make it so that so people can just basically talk to that AI to
Yeah.
navigate around through all the information. And I could name a ton of other things, but a lot of the AI stuff is limited though, because for me, just financially, because the code stuff isn't like, I have 2 servers. They're just cheapo servers. They're old. They could be, if they were people, they could be going to university by now. But I can run most of my stuff on there, and that's fine. So I can just code, and it costs me nothing but electricity. But the AI stuff, we're talking about paying for credits, so that just requires more money to be coming in. There's just no way around that.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a hell of a lot that could be done. Hey, there's endless. I like the idea about the languages. I think that's great. I've always thought that's such a silo, even in science. I'm pretty sure that there are like papers written in Chinese that have not been translated, and so like
Yeah,
humanity knows more stuff in Chinese or in this domain than we do in English. Right? It seems ridiculous.
right,
That should be
right.
a bridge that's easily, or a gap that's easily bridged, one would think.
Yeah. You talked also about how you've been leveraging AI and automation stuff. There's also a ton of non-AI based automation that's really good. Like, if you can afford it, it is really worth thinking about what kind of things you would like to have automated, and to just get a developer to do it for you, because it can
Mm,
seriously improve things. Like, I feel a bit bad because I've been like working on some shit forever. I get thrown off the project here or there, and it's kind of like an iceberg where like there's a bunch of foundation, and then once the foundation's done, then I'm actually focused on mostly content, and the code I will be producing, I'll be iterating a lot faster on, and the stuff that gets produced will be tangible. Like right now, I feel like there's coding people in my community who kind of know what I'm up to, or who have looked at the code base and who get what's going on. But I think from the perspective of the average person in the community, they just hear me saying I'm coding and just have no clue when, if ever, that comes to an end.
right.
And they're just like, what the fuck is going on? But yeah, some of the stuff for the Discord will just be so fucking good. Like automating a really good inbox, like having logging and stuff like that, automating like threading, maybe set up a karma system. Like there's, I mean, again, like you can tell hopefully that like I've just been thinking constantly about this stuff. So like I will build it into a really great thing. But yeah, just for you also, you should take that automation insight about, oh, the AI automation has really helped, and you should also understand there's a ton of non-AI based, so actually kind of like dumb automation that is equally helpful, and that can save you a ton of time and make things really like navigable and sensible for people. And you should just kind of try to get a bit into an engineering mindset, where instead of thinking what do I know how to do, you think what would I like ideally to happen? Like when someone comes into the Discord, what's the experience I want them to have?
Mm,
Don't think about how to do it, because then you'll cuck yourself because you don't
hmm
know how to program. So you'll just like dead end yourself for no reason. Just think about what you want, and just talk to a dev and just ask, is there a way to make this happen? And then they'll just do what an engineer does. They'll just feedback. They'll give you feedback. They'll be like, oh, we could achieve like so and so and so. And the things that are actually technologically limiting about your idea are like this and this. And you feedback to them. And then, you know, an iteration or two in, you have some idea of what you're implementing. And now you have this whole feature that's going to make your Discord or whatever it is you're doing this for. Some of these automation systems could connect Discord to site. They could be just on the website. They could be things that they would be a whole ton of stuff. Then after a bit of feedback back and forth, you have a great idea of what you want to implement, and you can just set your dev on it and get some reasonable pay schema with them. And then next thing you know, you've got some really cool bespoke functionality that not everybody else has, and that really helps differentiate you, and also just makes your life easier and gives people a better experience. So yeah, I would encourage you to expand that insight about the usefulness beyond AI to just automation in general.
Yeah, No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Someone in my chat said this dude's going to end up a millionaire. His brain's going 1,000 miles an hour. I think you could hit it
Um,
big. Yeah, who knows?
let's hope so. That would be nice. Be down for $1 million. That'd be fucking based.
Yeah, I think you can get there. I think you can get there. I think you've got a huge opportunity to leverage your current position. That's definitely something. Well, it sounds like you already did talk to AI about it a little bit, but like, you know, ChatGPT is going to know who you are. If you, I'm this guy, ask yourself, right? It'll have context and be able to make, you know, compare to YouTubers of a similar size and all this kind of stuff. Like, yeah, it's
It
insightful.
does know who I am. If you ask ChatGPT about Ask Yourself, it'll say a bit of stuff. If you start asking anything detailed, it'll start saying weird shit though.
Okay, right. Yeah,
Anyone
yeah.
who's been making content for a while with any like decent size of people watching, which even just a little bit, I don't have a huge audience or anything, it'll probably be in its training data and it'll know like a little bit about you.
Yeah, I guess it's just anything that can be Googled, right? It's similar.
Well, I don't know exactly where they pull the training data from. I would assume it's not all things that could be Googled. It's probably beyond that. I also don't know that anything Googleable will be in the training data, but you can kind of count on like pieces of info that are, you know, visited reasonably frequently and that exist on large platforms like YouTube or Reddit or something like that. You can expect that kind of stuff to be in there. So if you've got a channel with like a few thousand subs, you're regularly pulling like a few thousand views or something like that, and you've been there for a while, it's probably at least got a little inkling of who you are.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty useful. Um,
Yeah.
no, that's good to know.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, like we'll just have to see because like I kind of told you, like I've just at this point I've just accepted. Like it became very clear to me, especially doing grad school. Like I didn't find it not to like humble brag or toot my own horn. I didn't find it was intellectually challenging. I was like,
Hmm.
okay, I mean it's just, you know, it's more school. Like you can do school. I'm sure I could continue with this or go through up to a PhD. It's just more work and it's just a bit more research focused. But I found it taxing. Like I found it like just it was the same way a 9 to 5 job is taxing. It
Mm.
was not as bad, of course, but yeah, it became very clear to me that like, okay, this I will probably actually end up like literally committing suicide if I continue on this track. Like this is
Mm.
not a feasible pathway for me. So that was really the thing that kind of like pushed me over the edge to just like, okay, I just have to go all in to like make my own trajectory work, which is again this dual kind of AY self-sustainability. I didn't get into the other side much, but it's really that.
Yeah, what is the other?
And
I'm
it
curious about
could,
the other side. Do you want to say more about that?
sure.
Or is that
I'll just finish my
Yeah,
first
yeah,
thought.
pardon me.
It,
Yeah.
it, it could fail to pan out.
Hmm.
And in that case, I think I probably would commit suicide because I don't think that I would see much point in like I'm not doing the 9 to 5 thing. It's just like I would be that is sufficiently miserable for me that I wouldn't see much point in living. So I'm kind of just at a point where like a lot of people I think the trade-off is like try to build your own thing, try to somehow get into the position where you're not just like the worker. It feels too risky, it feels too uncertain, and it's easier to follow the beaten pathway and just accept cuckoldry. No, I'm just kidding, it's not cuckoldry. Like I actually have a lot of respect for people who work more kind of like regular jobs, even just simple jobs. Like I mean, actually some of them I've actually have become interested in. I'll get into that, like plumbing, electrical work. But I actually have plenty of respect for people who do that, and I don't think there's anything inherently like worse about it. It's just a psychological thing where it does not align well with my psychology. So yeah, for me, so I think for a lot of people, they look at the trade-off if they ever consider it. A lot of people just go down the beaten path and never really consider any kind of entrepreneurial sort of trajectory. But for those who do, I think a lot just think, well, it's too risky. Like it's just not. But for me, I realized no, the counterfactual is probably I'll kill myself. So there's like it's really just like there's not much of a choice. You have to do your own thing. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing, and the plan is just to make it work. The other pathway, it's not entirely clear, but basically, so it became clear to me that I need to acquire property, and that I need to be able to construct things on that property. and get into a situation where I own the land, I have a structure on the land, and I am able to produce some significant amount of what I need on the land. And also, I will point out something here. A lot of people get into some insane situation where now they're just working this like massive, massive amount of hours on their land. I think good engineering and leveraging technology can actually make it so it's more like a front loading kind of thing where it takes a lot of work to get it set up, but then it's doing a lot of stuff for itself. So yeah, that kind of became clear to me. You like basically you want to get into some kind of situation where you're not constantly having to fend off the wolves with the next payment, which requires you to go put in more effort in something that you feel about. Again, I just want to be really clear. I'm not shitting on people who are working regular jobs. If you're psychologically geared towards that and you don't find it breaks your mind, and you're actually maybe you're kind of lucky because you don't have to face this whole dilemma and uncertainty and all this stuff. But yeah, so that general thing became clear to me, and then the sort of overall vision has gradually gotten clearer and clearer. And it's not fully clear, but I think that essentially I'll want to acquire property. There's ways to do that that are affordable. There are things like tax sales, where they sell off land on which the tax hasn't been paid. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you have to be careful with here. You have to watch for like liens on the property, or like someone has like a right of way or something like that, mineral rights, timber rights. You have to look at like soil quality. You need to know about like the weather, how it operates across the different times of year and stuff. But basically there are ways to get property for costs that aren't totally crazy. There's also the idea of possibly going somewhere else in the world. And actually I've been building this kind of crazy little app once with some amount of my time where I've been giving it like geolocation data, and I want to give it other data on things that matter to me, like gun rights, political stability, climate, and actually have it whittle down cost of living, healthcare access. Like there are data sets on a lot of these things. You can have it, kind of whittle down the optimal areas. So it's a side project because there's some stuff I'll need to do way before this. But yeah, I actually think probably one of the best ways to find out where you want to be property wise is actually to build an app and feed it a ton of data. But anyway, there's ways to get property for costs that aren't totally fucking crazy, like things like the tax sale, possibly going somewhere else in the world. It's really just as long as you have the time over time to search and you do your due diligence, that is possible. Then on property, I basically need to be able to construct. I'll talk about how I'm thinking about getting the skills to do this, but I need to be able to get to a point where I can do basic carpentry, electrical, plumbing, masonry, and actually build something. There's certain things that are regulated, like you can't plug your house into the grid. You can rough something in, and then an engineer has to approve it. And there's similar stuff with plumbing, but these are learnable skills. And you can get water too. Like if you have a water source, you can use water to generate energy for you. You can use solar energy. You can use things like a ram pump, which is actually hilarious. Like this is one of the craziest fucking inventions. A ram pump is do you know what a ram pump is?
No.
It's like a hydraulic pump that powers itself just by the flow of the water. So it's non-electrical. So it can actually pump water. There's an equation that'll describe how many feet of pumping you can get based on features of the pump and stuff, but it can actually pump water uphill without electricity. It's really fucking crazy. So you can set up like some kind of ram pump based system. You can augment it with like water catchment or a well or some other stuff. Though with wells you have concerns like pumps kind of running out of pump failing or something like that. So you probably don't want to rely entirely on that. And anyway, you can figure out ways to get water. There's ways to heat properties, assuming I don't go to somewhere warmer, because there's also considerations like the plant fortitude zones. So, what's the lowest seasonal temperature? What kind of things can you grow there? There's, if assuming you need to heat, there's things like masonry heaters, which like so hilarious. People have like people like there's things like geothermal, which is really cool. There's things like you know, there you could set up some kind of wood stove or something, but masonry heaters are kind of cool. I really like the things. Part of me has like a little bit of a prepper mentality, like not really like if you think of preppers and you think of like a scale kind of where like at one end you have like the most trivial things that like will absolutely happen, like you know it'll happen, you would bet money it'll happen in the next like year or two, like there will be a power outage, like you know
Right.
you have this a prepper who's ready for that, right? And then you have like the other end of the spectrum where you've got like, you know, I don't know, like fucking civil war, like I don't know, like a zombie apocalypse. You have a prepper who's like ready for that. I'm like probably somewhere on sort of like the low middle kind of end of the spectrum where I would like to be ready for like internet outages, for power outages, and for things like pandemics. Like if a pandemic happens, I don't want to need to go into the city. I want to not have to go into the fucking hotspot. I want to be able to sustain myself and wait something like that out. Excuse me. So anyway, sorry that the image is taking a while to build up here, but
Yeah, that's okay.
basically you can get self-sustenance across a ton of these dimensions. You can produce food. There's things like, I mean, there's greenhouses, but there's things like permaculture also, which takes longer to set up, but then maintains itself better. Yeah, heating, masonry heaters are kind of, it's just this hilarious thing where it's like it uses the thermal mass of this big heating unit to it basically it burns the fire way hotter than a normal stove or oven or whatever would, and then all that heat goes into the thermal mass, and then the thermal mass is like emitting all this heat radiantly through your house for like a huge amount of time, so you don't have to fill it nearly as often. It takes like way less wood. So you can get your heat for free like that if I'm in an area that requires heating. So basically there's all these systems and there's all this front loading, and if you can just get into a place where you've constructed a building, you have water coming to it, ideally multiple sources, you have energy coming to it, again, ideally multiple sources. There's things like small head hydro. You don't need a fucking dam anymore. Look at turbulent turbines. There's hydro that, as long as you have like a little gradation and a full year long stream, you can power a fucking building off that. There's ways to generate your own food, your heat, all of these things basically. And then all you're left with really is like property tax, and there's ways to decrease that. Like in Ontario, if I were to set up here, if you can produce like $7,000 worth per year of farmed food, you can get the Ontario farm tax credit, which then cuts your property tax rate down to a quarter of the residential rate. So
Nice.
imagine having like a whole self-sustaining property where your only expense is a quarter of what the residential rate is for property tax. There's things like there's and I also some of these communities have so much retardation. Like there's a lot of these people in sort of spaces like homesteading and stuff who have weird,
Homesteading, yeah, that's
crazy.
what I keep thinking. Yeah, yeah.
Some of them have like some of it's great. Some of them have really weird, crazy like carnist ideologies. But there are things like honey. Like I don't consider the flow hive non-vegan. That's like a fully vegan thing. It doesn't upset the bees. It just, you know, drains. I mean, I would love to see the if that is not vegan, then I do not care about being vegan. But as far as I'm
I've
concerned,
never
that's
heard of
vegan
that.
honey. Yeah, it's interesting. It just, the combs are split in the middle, so you just twist a little metal rod, and then they become unaligned such that the honey can flow through them, and then it just flows out, and like the bees don't even react. So I mean, there's things like that. I mean, you could just set up a bunch of those, produce honey, and just passively, like you're barely doing any work. You just turn a little fucking thing, drain it every few months, and you make a bunch of money off of that. So anyway, I think this is the right pathway to get into some kind of self-sustaining kind of thing. And then it's just the how to get there. So the more that I've thought about the practicalities, initially I was like, okay, well, do a few years at like Conestoga or something. Like go and like they have programs there, like 1 year carpentry, 1 year masonry, you can like learn the stuff. But then the more I thought about it, the more I found that I was hitting these kind of intellectual barriers, because I'm a perfectionist about how I build systems, and I know what it's like to be able to think at like the proper level of abstraction about something, like in the context of software. I know what it's like to be able to think like an engineer. Or philosophy, as I said earlier in this convo, I think a lot about philosophy like conceptual engineering. But I don't know how to think about physical systems in an engineering kind of way, and I don't have the like I don't have the understanding there. So there's part of me that actually feels incomplete, where it's like I can do concepts, I can do virtual stuff, I can't do physical stuff. So I might actually be interested in doing some kind of co-op based, I want money while I'm doing it, engineering program. So I might go do like civil eng at like Waterloo or something like that. But anyway, I think that's enough info to paint the picture. The general idea is just there's a way to self-sustain, and the basic pathway there is going to be some combination of acquiring these fundamental skills and somehow getting good enough at the engineering side to plan things well, which might actually just amount to doing another degree, actually. So yeah, that's that pathway. And then AY is like the parallel pathway, which if that starts generating money, that would make my whole life easier. And I'll just always do that anyway because it's fun. So long answer. That was probably a solid like 10 minutes, but there you go.
Yeah, that's super interesting to hear about. So you're basically talking about making home that will not have any of the regular expenses incurred by regular homes.
Yeah, just having that whole canvas there. When you have property, you can do other stuff. Build like a workshop. You can build all sorts of fucking crazy stuff. Like imagine just having like the same way with software. I can just make arbitrary virtual objects. Imagine knowing how to make pretty arbitrary like physical objects. It wouldn't be fully arbitrary. There's different kinds of engineering, chemical, whatever. But like maybe like civ eng, like basically make building type objects. So you could do all sorts of stuff. Build a fucking ram pump with a little pump house and have some big fucking basin to store water in. Build out like a nice sturdy fucking concrete building. Build like a workshop. Like you would just, it's just that it feels like I would just be able to like unleash my mind and just do like so much fucking cool shit. So yeah, that kind of trajectory is roughly the direction that I want to move in, because I'm never gonna work as a fucking cog in the system. It's just psychologically impossible for me, and it's not clear that Ask Yourself will ever generate enough money to be something I can live off of. So although I'll still move down that pathway at whatever rate I can because I like it anyway, and it would be nice if it did start doing that. Uh, this is a pathway that is a lot more stable. Like I can just get a degree, I can just get these skills, and I can work enough to get a basic amount of money to be able to construct the things that I need to. So I could free myself from financial oppression like that.
I see. And yeah, because I mean, presumably, I mean, depending on the amount of time and initial investment, or yeah, ongoing time investment, I guess, and then setup costs and so on. I mean, it'd be great to have this self-sustaining, never have any bills kind of house, but presumably there's a high cost to setting up and or maintaining it, such that if you were spending all of your time farming or whatever, then you might well think, shouldn't I have just been a programmer and gone to the supermarket?
Yeah, I have thoughts about that. I drank so much Kool-Aid at the start. I have to go take a piss, but I will be
No
back.
worries. No worries. How we doing, guys? Some people are not happy about the honey thing. Uh-oh. Hey, Jeremy, nice to see you. J-Lo, I call you in my mind Jeremy Loeb. Jerry from the block. Hey, Bob Miller. Hey, Garden Swell. Nice to see you guys. Thanks for joining. Who's in on it? Who's joining AY's commune? Ask if he can heat himself by entailment by explosion. Nice. There's been a lot of people in and out. Hey, Race Lever. Hey, Tox. Oh, hey Joe, how's it going? Ask GPT about Ask Yourself. It said a bunch of weird shit. Damn. Yeah, for a while, if you Googled Chris Bryant vegan, the little Google AI summary said that I only eat beans due to a misinterpretation of something that I said on a podcast, which is I said something like some people think that vegans only eat beans, and Google evidently took that to mean that that's the case for me. Alas. I don't know if it still does that. How are we rating this red swirl? Are you enjoying the swirl? Shall I change this up? We can have a blue one for a little while. No, I don't like that one as much. How about Cosmos Relaxation? That's a pretty nice one. Multicolored explosions. This one looks like it could be good. No, what do you think?
Okay, I have returned. Sorry to like talk so much, and that you asked though, so it's your fault. And then leave the second you had anything to say. But I did hear what you're asking about, like, oh, what if now you've created a new burden for yourself? I don't know if you want to say more. I have stuff I can say about that.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, have at it. Because I mean, I've had that kind of thought before of like, hey, it'd be great if I never had to pay for vegetables again. Why don't I grow all my own vegetables? But of course, it's a pain in the ass to actually do that, right?
Yeah, well, so I have a few things to say. So, I mean, firstly, when you look at people who've tried to get off of the grid or set up some kind of self-sufficient uh property for themselves, there are patterns in how people fail, because a lot of people fail.
Hmm.
There's also patterns in how people succeed. A lot of the people who fail don't realize what they're getting into and don't engineer. So this is like a big thing to me with like I honestly might be willing to just straight up go and do a degree, especially somewhere like Waterloo where you can it's like heavily co-op based. So, you know, it's like a really good school. I think I could get in. My grades are high enough to get in. And you know it would having the engineering mind, like I know what it's like to be able to engineer things and the difference that it makes to be able to approach something like an engineer. So I think, yeah, a lot of people fail out of not planning. I think a lot of people fail out of like not realizing what they're getting in, and they just end up with some big horrible hard to maintain stuff. And a lot of people fail because they're fucking carnist scum and they try to bring a bunch of animals and do crazy shit with like I hate some of these communities, how much animal shit is going on.
Hmm.
There's crazy Holocaust apologetics in the homestead community. It's disgusting. But yeah, so I think that that's a big thing. And I think that well, there's another point, which is depends which things feel like labor to you, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
one person might look at how much time I spend coding and go, "Well, like you're basically working like a full-time job for no pay." And I mean, I do need some pay. So
Uh-huh.
that is a pretty important thing that I'm working towards getting, but it doesn't feel like a full-time job to me because it's just fun. I mean, there's a bit that of anything that can be horrible, but I mean, it's mostly just fun and enjoyable. And so there's also that question of is the labor that you will have bad? But I think basically through a combination of the of planning and being interested in labor, it actually would not be that bad. Especially also leveraging technology because I do know the whole software side. Like I know how to just program a server. And then basically anything I need, like water pumping, watering of things, checking of pH level, like there's a whole ton of stuff that I could just automate. Um, So yeah, I mean, I don't like the thought of you try to become self-sufficient, and then you just create yourself some infinite hellhole.
Hmm.
Like that would suck. But yeah, I think through good planning and a genuine interest in building these systems that it could be great. And I think it'll be a lot more like a front loading, which my general approach to life is front loading. Like, I with all my code stuff, like why do you use these crazy languages? Why build the whole thing on Nix? Why use Haskell? Why use Elm? Why blah blah blah? Why engineer a whole fucking network? Why do it? Well, because if I just do like, look, I do understand the point about over engineering. It is possible to over engineer something, but when you actually think through your needs and you think through how you're going to need to scale and you consider what work you're inevitably going to have in the future, you can just get rid of a whole fuckload of that by front loading it. Do it. So I think, yeah, that you could really front load a lot of the labor with kind of smart planning, and then get in a situation where there's not really that much maintenance required. Yeah, and I think also knowing how to do the maintenance and having the relevant skills so things get built well is like a huge part of this. So,
Mm.
yeah, engineering, automation, front loading, enjoying what you're doing. I think there's always going to be work, but I think that it could be a lot more after you get the work in, a kind of thing where like you wake up in the morning, you put in like, an hour or 2 hours, whatever is required to like end certain things, and then the rest of the day, you're just doing what you want. You probably have projects you're building out, but I'd make content and do stuff like that, work out. Yeah, that is like a life that I'd be very, very happy with.
Yeah,
Not for everybody, though.
I definitely resonate with the points about like what feels like work to you, and it's when you are doing something of which the ultimate beneficiary is you, then it's pardon me, it's much more it's much less infuriating, basically, right? And I think that's similar to
Yes.
like being self-employed as opposed to working for someone else. You definitely have a sense of, I actually want to do this, I want to get this done, it matters to me.
Yes.
So yeah, I hear that. But then, I mean, you were talking about learning plumbing and masonry and everything. That sounds like a hell of a lot of skills.
Oh, it just seems so exciting to me. Like
Fair enough.
it's so funny because these are things that my dad knows how to do, and he tried to show me these things when I was young, and I was never interested. I just didn't care. And I really wish I had have taken the time to learn. But no, these are like I would have fun learning these things. This would be very enjoyable for me. Um, and yeah, just being able to actually do these systems, like, I mean, plumbing isn't just like fixing toilets or something. Like I mean, you can do it's knowing basically how to set up water involving systems. There's tons of cool stuff you do. Build shit like an organic pool. That'd be a cool project. Or build like something like the ram pump system, or like these are things that would be fucking amazing. So, yeah, I mean, got to think about how to spend my time. 'Cause it takes time to acquire these skills, but I mean, I would like to know how to do these things, and then just I want to be able to think about the things I require in order to live in the same way I think about software. I know how much better life is when I can just look at what I need and build the thing I need in a way that's fucking awesome, and then just have this hilarious thing and then flex on the noobs with it. Like that's what I'm kind of kidding about that, but I mean I know what it's like though, and that I need to be able to think about my physical surroundings in that way, because then life will just, as long as I can get the basics in place, like enough money at the outset, which again co-op can help with that, just getting some initial money, get then maybe do a few years of work or like EIT or something like that. Because it could also, in this whole process, I could just actually just become a professional engineer if I wanted to. Like you just do
Mm.
some years of EIT after, make a chunk of money in that time, and then you're like 40 or something. But like by that time, like you're a professional engineer, you have some skills to do building shit, you've got a chunk of money, like it might be just fine. Again, I wouldn't mind work like that if it were in service of something that I care about, even if it's less than I could make like doing software or whatever.
Fair
Sorry, I
enough.
was trying to address what you said. Yeah, I just need to be able to think about my physical space in the way that I think about virtual space. And I want to just have this canvas of a property where I can just build the things that are meaningful to me. Like, oh, I want to build a little building to build like a mini fucking little data center in and put like racks of servers in. Or like, oh, I want to build like a little fucking like a gym building or something,
Yeah.
like just whatever, you know, like I don't know what I'll want to do, but it's just I want to be able to have that creativity rather than the infinite cuckoldry of renting, where it's just
Right.
all my money is going to some dude somewhere and I can't do anything with the property. I'm
Hmm.
like highly limited. I can't build out systems. Like again, you got the whole perspective of the system stacking thing,
Yeah.
right? Like it takes a while to front load, but you build one system, you build the next, you build the next, and then after a while, you're not having to put in all the fucking input that you had to put in the start. Your systems are doing a lot of the work for you, and you are then more relaxed and you have a lot of things generating stuff for you.
Yeah. It's yeah, yeah. It's so striking to hear you say that you want to learn like plumbing and electricity. It's such a different code to where I think of you. I feel like Peter Singer's told me that he wants to get really into playing rugby or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just
That's funny. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I've always been, I think, kind of pragmatically driven, although I don't think I always realized it. Like, I mean, even like with philosophy, I sometimes do get interested in abstract problems and just enjoy thinking about the problem. But a lot of the philosophy stuff that I've learned has been because there's some pragmatic sort of real world end that I want to bring about. Like, I want to make the case for veganism, or I want this discourse to get better, or something like that. And then there's some philosophy learning that happens like, oh, these people are objecting in this kind of way, what the fuck does that mean? And then you look into that and then you hole that shit, and then it changes how you approach it. And you know, I don't just spend all my time reading like people who know a
mm,
lot of philosophy and talk to me will be able to pick up on this, that like, yeah, I know how to think philosophically, and that's probably one of the most useful skills I have. Like some of the most useful things I've ever learned are how to think like an engineer and how to think like a philosopher. Um, Not that I claim to be an amazing philosopher or an amazing engineer, but I can do these things reasonably well, and they have had a massive impact on my life. But yeah, it's always had this kind of pragmatic thing going on where like really there's just things I want to make happen in the world,
mm,
and philosophy is sometimes the tool to do that. And it's similar with code. Like I'm not just, I guess maybe someone might look at me and think I'm just really passionate about like abstract code shit, but like, you know, I'm not here like learning every fucking language feature of Haskell or boring fucking deep into the core of the Linux kernel or something. It's like, no, like there's things I want to do. Like I want to be able to make my videos and give them to people and make money from them and build things in the Discord that do shit. And what's the best possible way to do that? And then you end up learning some pretty niche technical things in order to do that the best way. But there's a kind of goal that's not actually really about coding or about philosophy that's driving the interest in philosophy or coding. And it's very similar with this stuff. I don't have an abstract interest really in like the flow of water or something, but like
yeah.
plumbing is a thing that would allow me to bring about a bunch of things in the world that would be useful. So suddenly it's like, well, I think I'm really interested in fucking plumbing. That's kind of how it happens, I guess.
Fair enough. Yeah. And you don't have the intuition to like just get a plumber.
Well, it could be cool to work with a plumber and to get
Uh-huh.
some. There's with some of these things, there's things like the Red Cross, and there's hours you put towards it. So if you're going to be doing a certain amount of work on your own property, it might be smart to like hire a plumber and then have those hours count towards something.
Okay.
Especially if you think there's any reasonable probability of hitting longevity escape velocity, because then there's a lot of things that seem irrational because of time horizons. Like how would you become like a fucking karate master and a red seal carpenter and an engineer and this and that? It's like, well, I mean, if our lifespan is going to be a lot longer, then that's how.
Oh,
So
okay.
there's
Okay.
also things like that. But no, hire a plumber. I mean, well, I mean, you'd have to hire a plumber to do the roughing in, but no, I care a lot about DIY. Like I've really come to this view DIY is like the best way to do things. Like there's things you can't DIY. You can't like DIY fucking I don't know, probably like a car or something. That'd be pretty hard to DIY. But like I gradually fell into this. First it was from coding and noticing like, oh hey, I can like get a old fucking haggard server to do a ton of shit. Linux knowledge gives you the necromancer perk, and you can just revive old fucking systems and make them function like new, because Linux is just not this trash like Windows. That becomes more and more demanding, and then you have to upgrade your hardware to even be able to run the operating system. um and I kind of realized like at some point it just there's like a series of realizations. Like at one point I remember I was sitting there, I was working on some computing problem. I had never worked on it before. I didn't know how it worked, but I had the documentation open, I had a little terminal, I was typing, and I had full confidence that like, okay, well at some point I'll type something, I'll get a bit of feedback, that'll give me a foothold, and I'll be able to blast through and I'll get this thing working. And I just realized I had a little metacognitive moment where I was like, oh, I just know how to make a computer do what I want it to do now. Like, yeah, I know the procedure. I'm just not worried about this anymore. I can just make these things do what I want, given enough time to hammer away at it. And it was that, and realizing like that when you DIY, like there's a whole series of realizations, but basically when you DIY something, it's cheaper. You can get it done immediately. You can get it done custom, so it's exactly the way you want it, and you can do maintenance on it, so you don't incur a maintenance burden, and you're not dependent on people. Where I have a general aversion to being dependent on people. I'm not like some crazy deontological anti-dependence person or something like that. Like, I mean, I don't like proprietary software. I'm not like deontologically anti proprietary software, where I'm like Richard Stallman saying that like, young children should refuse to use Microsoft Word and like get in fights with their teachers about. Like, I mean, there's like limits on these things, but yeah, I just think DIY is basically always better. So with like if I'm going to be building, I want to just know how all of the parts work, and be able, if a part stops working or needs to be altered, or even how it gets designed in the first place, I want all that under my control and my knowledge to be the key to make all of that happen. I don't want magic where I need some other guy or girl or they.
Yeah, yeah. No, I hear you. That's so interesting, because I find myself having the opposite drift throughout life, where I'm like, DIY, for me, DIY is usually the worst option for getting something done. Simply, I'm not very handy. I put up my living room curtains are a mess, and have been for years, because I put them up when my missus went away, and she probably wouldn't have let me do. She probably wouldn't have let me do it otherwise. But even simple things like that, I'm like, fucking hell, I should have just got a bloke in to do this. But yeah. And then I suppose if you are doing that, you have to kind of lean into some form of specialization, where you're then like, okay, so I need money to pay the curtain man, so I guess I have to specialize in doing my job more, so that I can, right? That's the other option, I guess.
Mean, I guess I get that point of view. I was like that for a long time. I was like, I like concepts, I like philosophy, I don't do a bunch of these other things. I just shifted for whatever reason. I got into a different mindset. Like when I think about the curtains, I'm like, well, there's some optimal way to do it. And like, the best way, you probably learn a whole bunch of stuff about how buildings work, but there's probably some tool, like a fucking something that casts like a lever, or an electric beam, or a light beam or something, and gives you like a perfect level. And there's probably some procedure, and you could like learn it and then hang the blind really well, and it would just be worth doing. But no, I also understand the other perspective. Like, I mean, Avi, one of my very, very best friends, he's like the complete opposite. Like, he doesn't relate to any of this at all. He's like, fuck that. Like, I worked my whole life to become some like fucking multi-millionaire doctor motherfucker. Like, I have all this money now. I'm not doing any of that. I'm paying somebody for everything. So I get it. It's not the way I think. Even if I had a bunch of money, I actually would think in the same way. I just value the doing it myself, and I enjoy that. And but I get the other mindset though.
Fair enough. Yeah. Hey, well, there you go. I didn't know Avi was a multi-millionaire. That's a good bit of goss.
Well, I don't think he currently is, but he's on that trajectory. Like he's making quite a lot. Like I think he's like well over 1 million in a year now.
Wow, really? What, from being an MD?
Well, I mean, he's very specialized. He's a dermatopathologist. So yeah, I mean, it's one of the highest paying areas if you can get into it. It's funny because people sometimes dunk on him like as if like his time's not worth that much, and it's like you have no idea how much money that guy makes. His time's worth quite a lot.
Right.
So the random Discord fool who's like being really demanding should maybe consider what they're asking.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, that time's not free.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, someone said in my chat, DIY for Chris is don't involve yourself. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I can understand that. It's just a different mentality. It's not how I think anymore. Um,
For
I
sure. That's fair.
get
Well,
it.
you'll be more useful if there's a zombie apocalypse. You'll know how to do, rebuild society and everything like that.
Well, those aren't really the kind of situations that I am particularly concerned with preparing for. I'm thinking more about like power outages or like maybe some mildly more intense things like pandemics, but not particularly worried about like, the collapse of society or something like that. That seems a
Seems like
little
we should be more. Yeah, I wouldn't be too. I wouldn't be too confident about that. Is Trump still talking about invading Canada?
Yeah, yeah. To be fair, if you're already preparing to a certain level, just naturally, uh, whatever. If the extra effort required to be prepared for some less likely but more dangerous situation isn't too much, then why not? But I'm not going way the fuck out of my way to be ready for like a zombie apocalypse or something like that.
Fair enough. I do have a bit of a survival bag that I made last year in my loft. It's a hiking backpack and it's got a lot of like water purification and stuff like that, foil blanket and stuff like that. I'm imagining that the end of the world's going to be very camping based.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I kind there's like these different schools of thought, like sort of bugging out, bugging in. And obviously you could get driven from your home, so you want to be able to bug out if need be. But it seems to me like you're way better off having a stable base camp where you can
hmm,
have everything set up from the outset. Like you can get gardens and food and like you could even have electricity and stuff like this. Like versus going out into the world. Like I mean, it depends what level of apocalypse you're fucking picturing here, but like if you're picturing like food systems have broken down, people are dying of starvation or like flooding out into the countries and eating all the fucking animals and the farmers' fields and stuff like that. Like, you're getting owned. Like you and your little camping bag are like, I mean, you can try, but like, I think that if that's the kind of stuff that you're preparing for, I think the kind of thing that you're gonna want really is to be in like a remote area and self-sufficient.
hmm.
Again, I'm not like these kind of things are not as big concerns for me, so I'm not super concerned about the like remote area stuff, but like you would want to be well outside of the city because if there's ever some kind of like large scale social collapse, like the city, all the resources get eaten up and you get chaos and then people start spilling out of it. And then, that's like they consume the surrounding farmland, anything close to a highway totally annihilated. Like,
Hmm.
and a lot of those people, especially in areas with cold winters, are gonna die off. But if you're like, 8 hours out of town and like fucking like in my case in like northern Ontario or something like that, like yeah, you're probably good.
Yeah.
Especially if additionally you have like a fortified building and guns and stuff and like know your neighbors and there's a whole ton of stuff having like SDR set up so you can do like communication, get vital information even if the internet's down. There's like the prepping thing goes like very deep and is
I
like a
bet.
huge
Yeah.
rabbit hole. It's kind of weird because like a lot of the people who are in that community have views that are like way more intense than the kind of views I have. But I do think I would consider myself a prepper, at least in mentality, if not in the way I actually live my life. But yeah, again, I think I'm just a bit more maybe like rational about it or something, or maybe I don't know. I have like a probability distribution over the
Hmm.
kinds of situations that might occur, and I'm not like particularly worried about the really fucking insane kinds of situations. So there's certain things that preppers worry about that I'm like,
Yeah.
I mean, I would do that if the cost to doing that were very low, but
Yeah.
I'm not going way out of my way to prepare for that particular contingency.
That's fair. Yeah. I think I spent a couple of £100 on like various sort of camping and survival things from Of course, it's gonna be funny if the end of the world happens. I put out my my survival bag, and it's like all completely unused stuff, most of which I don't really know how to use. Some of which have still got the Amazon receipts attached. Like I'm gonna prove myself to be a noob pretty quickly when that happens.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do think it's good to have a bug out bag. Like, you could have some kind of like disaster that happens in the city or something. Like, who the fuck knows? Maybe there's some kind of like chemical leak or some big like fire or something like that, or maybe there is civil unrest or a pandemic or so. Like there could be some kind of thing that requires you to like get mobile and get out and be able to like make it a certain distance or something like that. But yeah, I don't think you're gonna survive any kind of long, like SHTF sort of situation with like a bug out bag and no like fundamental skills or like home base or anything like that. You'll be like out there camping for a while, and then you'll be like, okay, well now what? Am I gonna try to fucking like hunt squirrels or like
Mm.
scavenge or something for like berries or some shit? And yeah, I mean you're basically done once those resources are done, unless you have again some kind of property where stuff is
Can
generated or you
generate
have
things. Yeah.
skills to like forage and do stuff like that. And I mean, I guess you might maybe if your utilitarian concerns lead you in this direction, maybe go and like rob people or something like that.
Right.
But yeah, it's not looking good. I think that the right prepper approach is the home base kind of like bug in thing. The bug out thing seems like a last ditch like escape some fucking imminent chaos and just try your best to not die instantly kind of thing. The bug in thing seems way more like you could actually last out a long term disaster like that.
If only you have enough tins of beans in your garage, sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but even that, like, I mean, really, like, I don't know. There's probably data on this, like how, like, when you have social disasters, like, how long do they typically last? I don't know. You probably look at like hurricanes or look at, I don't know, other things and see how long you need to last. And maybe you can do this with like a bunch of like freeze dried food or like
Mm.
canned food and stuff like that. But I think really ideally you'd want to be able to produce food. Like
Mm.
I mean then you're like pretty much golden. Like you should have stores of food, but if you can produce food, like say you're already growing some significant portion of your diet and like push comes to shove, you could live off of what you produce. It would just be a bit less varied, maybe a bit less tasty,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe you'd have to put in a bit more work or something like that. Like that's I think a preferable situation to you've got this ever dwindling
Yeah.
stack of like cans or something like that feels kind of precarious.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, that's pretty limited in the long term, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
All right, dude. Well, maybe I don't want to take up all of your day here. Maybe we'll wrap
Yeah,
it
no
up
worries. Is there
here.
any final thing or I've enjoyed this conversation. Took a kind of funny direction. Like I wasn't
Yeah,
expecting to
no.
talk about fucking prepping. But okay.
Yeah, no. Well, no. Always enjoy talking to you, and I actually had no idea that this was the other part of your concerns at the moment, apart from doing the ask yourself stuff. So yeah, really interesting to hear about. I hope it goes well for you. In a few years you'll be having your fully automated, vertical farming towers or whatever on your
Linux
homestead.
powered garden.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Just gonna kind of grind away. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's good talking to you, and I guess we'll talk again soon.
Yep. Absolutely.
Maybe
You'll
we can
get
look at. If you want to go over that debate? That would be something we could do also.
maybe we'll see. We'll see. You're getting a lot of love in my chat, just so you know. A lot of Ask Yourself fans in my chat.
One of those is Stalker. who you should actually probably ban Gardenswell. That's a complete fucking crazy person who's been, you know, pathologically sexually harassing and stalking me for many years. But yeah,
Okay.
aside from that fucking lunatic, yeah, that's nice. I'm glad your chat feels positive.
Well, there you go.
Ah.
Right, nice. Well, we'll have to leave it there. Hey. Yeah, hey, thanks again for your time. Really nice talking to you. And yeah, we'll catch up soon.
Okay, all right. Have a good day.
All right, take it easy.
Bye.
Well, there you go. Yeah, called out, bro. Yeah, nice. Nuclear fallout means your vegetables are contaminated. Yeah, that's true. You have to be able to defend your property. Yeah, a lot comes down to like how you envisage the end of the world playing out. What kind of end of the world scenario are we talking about here? A buddy of mine's got gold buried. So if the world collapses in a way for which that's helpful, then you know, he's good. He won't tell anyone where, genuinely, and I suppose that's the point. But yeah, properly bought a bit of gold, spent a couple of £100. I think it's a pretty small quantity of gold, and it's gone and bloody buried it in the countryside somewhere. So that's the thing. Whoa. Well, damn, that ended up being a 5-hour stream. It's just about midnight where I am. I think I'll call it there, guys. This was a good one. We had record viewing numbers for pretty much most of the stream, which is absolutely banging. Normally, I think the most viewers I've had on a stream before is about 12 or 13, and we were up in the 30s. I think we even hit the 40s in this stream. We had the debate with Patrick Raizerov, which I think was a useful conversation and, you know, well navigated and on good and constructive terms. And we steered clear of the same topic in the end with Ask Yourself. I think that some of the human equivalent scenarios are not something that I am going to be saying on stream. But, you know, glad that we had a lot of other stuff to talk about and hearing all about AY's automated homestead. That was interesting stuff. I'm still surprised to hear him talking about adding so many blue-collar skills to his resume. But, no, that's interesting stuff. Right, guys, well, I'll call it there. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. Really appreciate you being here. And I'll go and clip the debate and the AY conversation, and we can put those up on the channel. I'll be doing the Veganuary 2.0 shorts as well throughout January. We did day 6 today, so we've, you know, 25 more of those to go. I'm enjoying doing them. It's nice doing shorts. They don't take very long to record, and then it's you know, quick edit and get them out. It's gratifying. I appreciate you, Race Lever. Yeah, nice. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for being here. And thank you to everyone for watching. It's been realer than real. I will maybe stream again this week. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. I did the last 3 days, so we're going to start getting in trouble with the missus if I'm streaming too much. All right. Nice to see you, everyone. We'll check in soon, all right? Take care all. Have a good night. Cheers.